Good. Well, that worked almost. All right. We have a pretty important day today. One of the things that we've talked about, but obviously don't have a lot of initial control over, is literacy. We're going to have a full afternoon work session on literacy in the Commonwealth. All of you understand that, a fairly groundbreaking bill was put through the Assembly this year. And, a number of the speakers will talk to that. We have on the Zoom Dr. Carrie Wright from the Mississippi State Superintendent of Education. Welcome. I don't know if you can hear me, Dr. Wright. Yes?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. I miss seeing your part of the universe. My grandparents were from Edwards. I don't know if you know where that is, somewhere between Jackson and Vicksburg. So,
Yes, I do.
Always good to have somebody from the old homeland on the call with us. First,
Happy to be here.
First, what we're going to do is hear from Carrie Coyner, the Honorable Carrie Coyner, in the House of Delegates representing my county of Chesterfield. Carrie and I worked together for quite some time in the county for the benefit, we hope, of the children of the county. And now Carrie has had an opportunity and has taken it to work for the betterment of all the children in the Commonwealth. And Carrie, you're on.
Up here?
Anywhere you'd like to be.
All right. Well, I'll stand up here so I can see all of you. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. I did serve in Chesterfield and was thankful to spend 8 years, Dan Gecker and I, serving on Board of Supervisors and school board. And we sat with sidebar conversations many times about if we could just fix things in the world without politics, how easy it would be. It's been interesting going from local service to statewide service. And my goal is still to figure out how to get things done and taking some of the politics out of it. And I think this is one of those areas and bills that, with the voting record of bringing everybody together and lack of any opposition, we were able to successfully do that. And I'll talk a little bit about that. I think it's important for your board to sort of know how we navigated, because I know you had some initiatives and things that you'd like to see done. And I think there's some lessons to be learned in how we got to really unanimous support or neutrality if folks weren't 100% confident. We didn't really have opposition in this effort. So the Virginia Literacy Act, which is what the bill is known as, really started several years ago. Actually, Dan and I were sitting in my office having a conversation about all the things that would improve outcomes for students and improve things for teachers and families. And we sort of made this on the back of a napkin list of items together. And literacy was one of those items. Professional development for teachers was one of those items. We could go on and on. But I really took that list. SOL testing, growth was one of them. I took that list and I got started last year. So last session was about growth assessments. And then I was really fortunate to work with the UVA Law School Local Government and State Public Policy Clinic and started talking to them about literacy. And the professor running that clinic was good friends with one of the professors in the School of Education and said, I think we can move forward and help you, support you tackle the early literacy this year. So we got started over the summer. And our work really started looking at our current data. I will say one of the things I realized very early on as a legislator was we have a lot of great data on literacy at our fingertips, and I believe it's being underutilized by everyone involved in public education. Our PALS office has a ton of data on what's happening with our littlest learners. And I think data also shows you where we're not collecting more data that we need, like about how dollars are being used to help students who are behind in literacy. When you don't know how that money is being sent and you don't see the needle moving, it oftentimes will shine a flashlight on additional information we need to make better decisions moving forward. So we started looking at our current data, and then we started looking at best practices across the country, which is how I met Dr. Carrie Wright. We met via Zoom. We've never met in person, but we met via Zoom thanks to the Hunt Institute, who helped connect us. So I called them and said, "Do you know her? I need to meet her." And they said yes. So that's how we got connected. But she was very helpful. I went to Superintendent Wright and really said, tell me the pitfalls you ran into when you move forward with this legislatively. What do you wish you had done differently? And really, the lessons that she learned is how we set up our framework of our path forward. So I can't overemphasize the importance of finding other people who have done the work you want to do. And you don't have to do it just like them. Our bill is not exactly as Superintendent Wright did it, but understanding where they ran into barriers and where people had questions was very, very helpful. So what our bill does, it pulls on 4 levers. That's what we referred to it as to help folks understand it for early literacy. It's all based in scientifically based reading research. And so the first lever is really ensuring that our higher education institutions are preparing our future teachers in the practice of scientifically based reading research. And so that our K through 12 school systems aren't retraining folks who are coming out of school. And what we heard over and over again about teacher retention, that if they weren't prepared for the classroom and their students weren't achieving, we saw a lot more teachers leaving the profession when they were new. So one, it's going to help teachers who are in our youngest grades have the skill sets that they need to see their students achieving and growing and reading. And it's also going to save a lot of time and money for our K-12 folks on the back end, not having to retrain new teachers. So that was step 1. Step 2 was looking at our K-12 professional development and what we're providing for our K-12 principals, for our teachers, for all staff who are in our elementary schools, and ensuring that their professional development aligns with scientifically based reading research, and that it's not a sit and get one-time professional development. We funded and provided a white paper to support the implementation of this work with reading coaches that will be provided to reading specialists throughout the state. So based on the work that Superintendent Wright did, really looked at a regional model. So you'll have your classroom teachers. You will have, thanks to our funding in the bill, reading specialists that are funded for all of our K through 3 students across the state, whether you were behind in reading or not. Everybody gets the benefit in their schools of a reading specialist. And then a regional coaching model, someone who will be constantly supporting the work of those reading specialists. Our bill really envisions our reading specialists being coaches to classroom teachers is a top priority. And then second, ensuring that those reading specialists can help with interventions and helping students who are behind. So you'll notice our ratio for reading specialists isn't tied to the number of students who aren't meeting benchmarks. It's a reading specialist for all, because that quality reading is important for everyone. The third lever of our bill really tags onto scientifically based reading research curriculum. So that curriculum is founded in it, that our interventions that we're using are founded in it, and that our screening tools are all tied and aligned so that that's consistent. So you'll see that that was the third lever. And then the fourth one is about parents and what they are receiving. What we heard from parents was that they didn't understand where their children were behind. You know, we give parents data and it's all these numbers, like your child has a 600, your child's at a 28, your child's at a 92. And those numbers mean nothing to the average parent. So we included a lever in the bill to develop a parent resource bank so that when that screener tool comes back and teachers can convey and learn how to convey the data to parents, that there is a statewide parent resource bank that they can go to and see exactly what they can do at home to help their student if they're behind in any areas in that early literacy. So we did put in a budget amendment. It made it through the House and the Senate versions, and we have full faith and confidence that it's going to stay there. We would love to see our reading specialist ratio a little extra money to go through 4th and 5th grade. That would make us even happier. We did provide flexibility where those reading specialists, even though the ratio is tied to your K through 3, that reading specialist can still serve 4th and 5th graders, but the ratio is tied to how many kindergarten through 3rd graders you have in a building. Our desire would be that we keep that same ratio, but expand it to include all your K through 5th graders in a building in future years. We spent a lot of time working on questions and answers. So anybody throughout this journey of the bill who sent us a question, you received a written answer from us. We can provide you all with this, but the Virginia State Literacy Association probably had the most questions throughout our journey, and we answered all of those, but we gave the responses to all stakeholders. So anyone who was part of our email list received those, and we continue to develop it. So it was a great tool in this journey, and to not lose folks along the way in regards to things they may not understand. I will say, we intentionally chose not to use the term science of reading in our legislation because, like other terms that become popular and get used, they can oftentimes be confused or not mean what we intend them to mean. So we're very specific on definitions within our legislation, ensuring that we had consistency throughout the code. Part of this bill was also cleanup. So what you'll notice, we took a lot of things out of the state code. So part of it was deleting programs like Reading Recovery and other references to types of literacy programs or literacy interventions that are not best practice anymore, but they were housed within our code. So it was also a little bit of a cleanup bill. So that's what our bill did. You'll see the funding is for reading specialists in all of our schools. You'll also see money for VDOE, a support position to support early literacy. You'll see new curriculum grant money in there, materials for parents. You'll see money for micro-credentialing so that we ensure that if we do have a pipeline issue for reading specialists in all our schools, that can be developed and we can get that pipeline going. You'll see that there's funding so that the PALS program can house the literacy coaches and help run that. And you'll see training materials and teacher training all within the money that was put into the budget amendment. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, but that's what our bill did, and we're going to keep working. So our goal is to tackle 4th through 8th grade in the next session because there's still work to be done. So we just did our earliest learners this past year.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Carrie, for being with us. Are there any questions? Dr. Duran?
Not necessarily a question, just thank you. This is so exciting to hear this. And I'm really, really pleased that as a school system leader, currently not just on the state board, that we have the focus now in the code, as well as the funding, as well as the leadership from the General Assembly all the way down to show how important literacy is. So I can't thank you enough for your leadership and standing strong and getting it to be unanimous, because I know having these conversations at the local level initially many years ago, it wasn't always unanimous. And there's a lot of misunderstanding, I believe, in the terminology. So I'm really thankful that you stayed a little bit away from the terminology to help people understand what the real issue is and getting back to the data. So I look forward to just how this flows out. And I'm really glad on the state board we're focusing on it today and what we can do as leaders across the Commonwealth to make it happen. I do think it's critical. And I was happy to hear in the bill that the leaders are also provided professional development and learning, not about what is actually happening in the classroom per se, but how to lead this work. And those are two different issues about how to lead this work and make sure the teachers have the resources needed. So thank you so much. I'm just so pleased. And I've been following this all along, and I'm just glad to have the opportunity to thank you in person.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Yes, Tim?
Well, first of all, just yes, thank you, Delegate Coiner, for your incredible leadership on this and finding common ground in a time when that's not always easy to do. And it shouldn't be hard to do because we're all here to advance our students' success. And you've really zeroed in on such an important area and done terrific leadership on it. I actually have two questions, and I'll pose them both. And the first is, am I right that the success of our literacy efforts are intimately tied to our early childhood efforts more broadly? And can you comment on how are we doing on early childhood more broadly? And what's your sense of support for continuing the early childhood initiatives that we're in the midst of going forward? What's the sense of support for that in the legislature? That's the first question. And then the second is, have we done any, or is this yet to come work, assessment of the sort of what's working and what's not? And in particular, I'm always interested in, do we have found models? Are there jurisdictions, districts that are doing this right already and getting results despite obstacles, with districts with barriers that are overcoming those barriers? And likewise in the ed prep programs, do we have do we have some that are doing it right that we can all learn from? Or what else have we done to assess what's working and what's not already as we start going forward?
Sure. So, yes, I will say when we also started doing our research, not just from other states, but within Virginia, I would say within VDOE, your special education area within VDOE was doing a great job of moving in this direction of scientifically based reading research. But we don't want it to be something that's only for students with disabilities. This is a best practice for all children and all students. So we know that there is success that has been shown in Virginia in those areas, but it really is best for all. I would also say that from the data perspective, where we saw the lack of data you already had available as a state not being used, that early childhood being a new up and coming thing in Virginia, they are probably showing the most best practice of collecting of data and being able to use that of anyone else right now. And I think sometimes we fail to share our data because it doesn't look good, right? But we only get better if we talk about, well, what's going on? And within every data set, there's some stars, right? There's some folks that are figuring it out. And unless we're willing to show all of that data and pick out those stars and go, okay, well, why is it working there but not here? We can't help everybody in the Commonwealth. So, one of the things our bill did, we required every school division to provide you all with a literacy plan every 2 years as part of this bill. And the reason for that is, as a state, we're sending a ton of money to school districts to help catch up our learners who are behind in literacy. And yet we weren't seeing the needle move for the vast majority of them. You're going to have at your fingertips now going forward as part of those 2-year plans, the data that you can see for the division. That plan will tell you where they spent their money to help their struggling readers. And then you'll be able to see with the following year's data whether that worked or not. And when you're able to take all those plans across the state and see real-time data, see the resources that were being used, you'll be able to more quickly, especially with these regional literacy coaches, help share best practices and what's working and what's not across the Commonwealth and help provide some better direction. So I'm really hopeful that within our state, you'll see those. So Virginia Beach, that's a great example of one locality that was sort of moving in this direction already. They're just at the beginning, so you're not going to see any data points yet. But when we met with them, one of their struggles was, well, we're doing this, but because teachers come and go from different jurisdictions and students come and go in and out of our city, it's hard to build consistently when everyone around us aren't training their teachers the same way and their kids aren't receiving the same foundations of literacy. And so that consistency, I know we talk, and I'm from a school board, so I know we want local control of stuff. But I do think we need to have some important conversations about where are consistencies that benefit all of us, that we can develop statewide so that we can provide resources regardless of how much money your locality has, and so that teachers can move in and out of jurisdictions as well as students and still feel that same consistency. So I think that's part of what made us successful. We were able to tackle that local control issue. They're saying you can still choose your curriculum. We just want to make sure whatever is being chosen across the state, that the alignment is consistent. And so that was really helpful.
Okay. Carrie, thank you so much for taking the time. Of course you can, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Delegate Coiner, for your leadership on the House Education Committee, as well as the chair of the Early Childhood and Innovation Subcommittee. Also, just thank you for tending this bill. And I just want to recognize that it took a whole lot more than getting it from the beginning of session to the end of session. It's taken years of conversations of building your own capacity and knowledge, and also determining how to best communicate that to your colleagues and to stakeholders across the Commonwealth. So my first question is really around that. We all want to be ambassadors for this. I know as state superintendent, we'll be doing some work to align our work at the state education agency around the science of reading, around the priority of literacy education, and I'm really excited for that. But that's a little bit of a bubble. And so my question is just knowing that we want to be ambassadors for this work, what are some of the challenges with messaging that you had as a policymaker with some of your colleagues and stakeholders that we might learn from? And then I have one more question, Mr. President.
So I think the first is assuming that everyone's speaking the same language. When I first started working on this, I didn't fully understand scientifically based reading research. So I think ensuring that you have some kind of work session where you all are all speaking the same language is really, really helpful. And that we're not afraid within our agencies and organizations to say we don't all know what we need to know to move forward. And so let's train ourselves. And so I think that would be, one of the things that I learned. I had to do a lot of assuming that other people didn't know what I knew. And we get defensive when we represent, communities, and we want them to be the best. We want to brag about them being the best, but to have conversations that we're not the best in some things right now. We have some work to do. And so being able to say, here's our problem and here's our solution, and bringing people along to be part of that problem solving. So I think it definitely helped that we had a solution that we could show worked other places like Mississippi. When I could say I've had meetings with Superintendent Wright, and this is where they struggled. These are the things that went wrong, and this is the advice that she gave, and this is how we built it out in our legislation was really, really helpful. But I think ensuring that you're all on the same page, so you have consistent messaging leaving your board, leaving the department. I know folks, we all think we know, but we have resources available to us through our PALS office and other places who can really help train the language speakers so that it's not intimidating and it's easy to understand, and we're not confusing different stakeholder groups. So,
Thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Of course.
Please? Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. That was excellent and exactly what we have been talking about and why we are so excited for today's work session and moving forward with this work. My second question is really about parental involvement. I know that that's an ongoing conversation just in the education world in general, but especially when it comes to early literacy, because there are so many things that our parents can be doing to help develop or help enhance children's pre-literate skills and early literacy skills. And I wonder, are there any particular parts about the bill that really address parental involvement or fund parental involvement? And we'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Yes, so a big part of the bill is also parents receiving the data and being able to understand it. So what we heard loud and clear from our PTA, they were very involved with this bill. So a big kudos to them for giving us that parent voice. And I have to say, our decoding and dyslexia families have been fighting for this for forever. And when I met with them early in the fall and said, we're going to do it for all, they basically told me they thought I was crazy, but they can tell you how much we need to ensure that the data that we are giving to parents, that our teachers know how to explain it so that parents can walk alongside teachers and their students. That was the number one gap, is that parents don't understand these numbers and what you're giving them as results of screeners. And also ensuring that we're using, and for parents, as a platform to grow, right? The language that we speak to our parents, that here are resources that you can also use at home. And this is a journey of growth for your child, and your child can grow in these areas. These are the areas within literacy that they're already meeting benchmark, and here's where they can grow, and here's our goal together. And so providing that, the bill does provide that it is required that they receive that, and that we offer those services to students and to parents. And so it's a big part of the bill. So decoding dyslexia families, PTA, they were a huge part of development of the parent portion of this bill. And I really appreciate the work that they did to ensure that what parents felt like they were missing to be partners was included.
Thank you, Delegate.
You're welcome.
All right, I think that's all the questions. And again, thanks for your time. I would like to mention Juliet Clark. I don't know if you want to recognize Juliet or you want me to do it.
I'm happy to do it. So my first, is she here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Juliet
I was like, oh, it's Juliet
just to
here.
explain, Juliet is, now graduated law school at UVA. She also got a joint degree there. She is clerking for a federal judge. And because of that, it was she could not attend here, just in case something ever came before that judge with regard to education. So go ahead.
So again, as I can't speak any more highly of the UVA Law School Clinic, I would encourage you all. They're not just available to legislators. They can intern within any government organization, local or state level. But Juliet was my very first law student intern in the public policy clinic with growth assessments. And she was actually, when we were talking about the growth assessment bill, this was an issue that she studied for working on it for you all here. And so her initial data was really what allowed me to take this as the next step to say, all right, this is the next bill we're going to tackle. And then I just happened to really be blessed that we have some experts at UVA School of Education in this exact field of work. And so I actually texted Juliet. I didn't want to jinx myself, so I waited till after the bill had gone through, and I texted her and I said, just so you know, all of your hard work as a law school student that you laid the foundation for 3 years ago, came to fruition, and she was so excited. So, I would encourage you all to look at that law school program. It's very beneficial, and they bring a wealth of knowledge and are really hard workers. So I've had 2 successful education years, and it is in part to the work of law school students interning with my office, doing a lot of work.
Actually, the report she did previously was for her capstone with the Board of Education as a client in literacy. And that the contact with her came actually through Dick Howard, who was one of her law school professors who, did a lot of work on the Virginia Constitution, and we had some issues that we raised there, and everything came full circle. So she did a great job on this.
She did a fabulous job. They're great researchers. So again, this national, when we found Superintendent Wright, really started from law school students searching across the country and saying, where do we go find people to interview and talk to?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next year, are you going to carry the SOQ bill?
We'll see. I have a professional development and 4th through 8th grade early literacy. There's only so many things
Carrie,
I can
we
tackle.
can sit back down and redo the list.
We can sit back down and redo the list.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, overview of the Virginia Literacy Act. Dr. Sale.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Gecker, members of the committee, Superintendent Balo. I will admit you will hardly need my presentation after Delegate Coyner's thorough overview, but I will do my best to provide a bit of value add here. And I think Delegate Coyner did an exceptional job of really capturing the importance and the purpose of the bill. And my role is to help us kind of dissect that a little bit further and understand our respective roles and responsibilities and helping carry this all out. One of the things I think that she also did very well was, the scale of work that's in front of us and the dimension that's there. And so I think hopefully this presentation will also help us start to kind of break that down and better get into the different moving pieces and moving components of all of this work. And then, of course, following that, we'll hear more from folks, staff members and presentations and speakers that can speak more to the programmatic pieces and the practice pieces that are really going to inform our work over the next several years. Much of this slide is really context and background on the legislation, which we've covered with Delegate Coyner, and I'm sure you all are fairly well familiar with the legislation that brought us here together today, being House Bill 319 and Senate Bill 616 carried by Delegate Coyner and Senator Lucas. Before we get into the individual components of the bill, I do want to highlight a few additional pieces of context for us that I think are helpful for the discussion. The first being the enactment timeline. So these provisions will come online in the 24-25 school year, which seems like lifetimes away, but is just around the corner. So we have our work cut out for us in the next few years. As Delegate Coyner mentioned, there are still pending discussions around the budget on how we will resource this work, which includes provisions around how the department will provide both instructional resources, professional development resources, and how we will handle staffing both at the department level as well as the local school division level. Lastly, I will also add that there are 2 corresponding pieces of legislation that help round out or really reinforce the Virginia Literacy Act, both carried by Delegate Delaney, House Bill 418 and 419, one of which touches on how our early intervention reading initiative funds are spent to make sure it aligns with the work that we're doing here, as well as making sure that our educator preparation programs have clear expectations for how they are setting up our teachers in the pipeline. So Delegate Coiner gave us a framework around 4 levers, and hopefully what I've done here still helps us kind of wrap our head around all of the different components of the work and doesn't hinder us. I had actually, when I started to wrap my mind around the work, had broken this down into 6 major components of the bill. And so that's how I have it framed here and the rest of the presentation structured. So again, hopefully helping us break down these individual components and understanding our roles. I will say the way that they are framed here, the pieces here, are really our end stage goals. So as we'll talk about in later slides, there are a lot of pieces that will come into play to help us execute these. But when we see the full implementation of the bill, these are kind of set out as our goals here in these respective areas. So first, as Delegate Coiner mentioned, one of the critical parts that set the foundation and the tone for the bill is the definition section. And it's making sure that we have a clear understanding of what evidence-based literacy instruction and science-based reading research mean. And it's so important for us to have a common vernacular as we talk about this, to kind of harken back to one of the themes for a lot of the components of the bill being consistency in how we implement this across the state. So in developing these definitions, I think we have a very clear understanding of the foundations, components, and applications of this new approach to literacy instruction in the Commonwealth, which again serves as the basis for all of these other components of the bill. Another piece of this is our instruction and intervention programs. And so this is where we're going to see all of these changes and work making a difference at the school level, classroom level, and student level. So we'll see all of these changes having to be well thought out. So there are planning components to how we're going to address our changes and approaches to literacy, both at the division level and the student level when we recognize and identify a need for additional intervention students or services for students. And as Delegate Coiner mentioned, this part of the bill also recognizes the broader universe of supports that we need for student success and literacy, parents being critical to that conversation. So making sure that they're engaged both in terms of their students' core instruction and that they have the resources that they need to provide support, as well as are engaged in the intervention process should their student be in need of services. Of course, all of this is going to require some additional staffing and the right credentialed folks in our classrooms and our divisions to execute the work. So this bill does have a staffing requirement in Standard 2, which has a reading specialist in every division at 1 per 550 students. And just as a little bit of a reminder and context for us, currently there is a reading specialist set out in the code, but the hiring and staffing is at the discretion of the local school board. So this really kind of firms up and cements that staffing expectation for our local school divisions. Next, I'm going to kind of address these as a bucket here because I kind of see our professional development and training, teacher licensure, and educator preparation pieces, 3 major components as 3 legs of the same stool. So it's recognizing that we need to equip our educators and administrators with the right skills and the right resources to implement this work with fidelity. And of course, a large part of that infrastructure happening at the institutions of higher education and making sure that our pipeline is again, well-defined and has clear expectations for how we're preparing teachers and administrators for the classroom and for their leadership in the school. As you all can imagine, given the scale of the work in front of us, we are all going to have a role to play. And when I say we, the proverbial we, that includes, our teachers, our educators, our administrators, our parents, and then of course the board and department will have an important role to play in all of this work as well. This particular part of the slides are really highlighting where the board and department are going to be playing roles to kind of queue us up for the next few years of work. These will be the places that you will engage with the work. And of course, kind of setting a timeline for what's in front of us here. I will note as we move through the slides, one of the themes that I took away from this piece of legislation is really the value it gave to the board and department as a supporting and facilitator role in all of this work. So we are active partners in the execution of this work. And the way we have the slides designed here, you will also see the interconnected nature of our work. So what the board does, the department will build off of, and vice versa. And so we wanted to kind of lay it out in a way that you can see the interplay and interface of our work as staff and you all as the board. To reorganize us again in terms of those 6 major components, in terms of instruction and intervention, as we think broadly about department and board responsibilities, the department is tasked with developing a list of core literacy and supplemental resource practices and programs that are aligned with the science-based reading research as set out in the bill. And that list will eventually come to the board here for review and approval. We do know some of our school divisions have the capacity and means to potentially develop their own curriculum, or there are things that they're already using that already align with science-based research. But again, to connect back to that theme of consistency and implementation across the state, those divisions wanting to use curriculum that are not provided on the department approved list will be approved by the department. So we make sure all of our students across the Commonwealth are receiving comparable literacy instruction. The bill also sets a new planning requirement for our students in need of intervention services, and this comes in the form of a student reading plan. So when a student has been identified as in need of intervention, there will be an expectation for teachers, administrators, and the new reading specialist positions to develop a reading specialist or student reading plan that really kind of creates an individualized program for that individual student, recognizing their needs, tailoring their approach and supports for those students, and making sure that there are clear benchmarks for success and growth as they move through the intervention services. The department is tasked with developing a template for those student reading plans to help support divisions in their implementation, and I guess I should say schools and administrators in their implementation of that work. So we'll be providing the framework for that, and the board will be able to issue guidance to really help kind of give substance and meaning to what should be included in those student reading plans. And we do have some guiding principles for us set out in the legislation on expectations for what should be included in those plans. Toggling back to kind of the broader picture in instruction and intervention, the department will be responsible for leveraging data and creating a plan that makes sure we're collecting and using the data in a way that's meaningful for this work. And we're also being tasked with providing free online evidence-based literacy instruction resources for parents and local school divisions. So again, recognizing that parents are an important part of this puzzle and making sure students are successful, and that we need to make sure that they have what they need in hand to do that important work. And similar to the student reading plans, the department will also be tasked with developing a template for the division-wide literacy plan. As Delegate Coiner mentioned, this is baked into an existing requirement for our school divisions, which are the division-wide comprehensive plan. So now a component of that will need to clearly address their approach to literacy, as Delegate Coiner mentioned, the funding, the approach, reflecting on outcomes, and that will really be an important data point for us as we reflect on how this work is being rolled out in the field and its degrees of success. Again, similar to the student reading plan, the expectation for the department is to set a template, so we kind of give the bones, and you all will provide the meat through the guidance document that you will issue around these division-wide comprehensive plans. Next up in our professional development and training category, again, starting more broadly, the department will be providing technical assistance, which explicitly includes literacy coaching to local school divisions in that professional development area. As Delegate Coiner mentioned, the vision for that is a regional model to make sure that we have kind of our tentacles all across the state, and the professional development is wide-reaching, and all those folks who need it are getting the correct training. And as a complement to that, we will also be creating a list of professional development programs that, again, are aligned with that science-based reading research, which will eventually be brought to the board for review and approval. I will note one thing not noted here, and like the curriculum piece, there is an opportunity for divisions to use things not on the department-approved list, but with the expectation that they would bring it to the department for approval to ensure that consistency across the board. And then in that last far left bottom corner, has the board building on a requirement already in Standard 5 to issue guidance on high quality professional development. And this is more targeted to specific educator audiences in certain endorsement areas to make sure folks who are going to be really in the weeds on these particular components of the Literacy Act are steeped in that specific knowledge. And you'll notice in the next few slides, I make reference to certain endorsement areas a few different times. So I just want to quickly highlight what that entails. So that will include our early and primary education K through 6 endorsements, our elementary education K through 6 endorsements, our special education K through 12, special education deaf and hard of hearing, special education blind and visually impaired, and our reading specialist endorsements. So those are folks, again, going to be particularly engaged in this work and in need of targeted professional development to support the implementation. Again, in our professional development and training category, we have the department providing resources to local school divisions to not just suggest and flag that professional development is an important part of this project and this puzzle, and here are the ways to do it, but actually providing these resources. Delegate Coiner and the folks that she worked with on this legislation, I think, very much recognize, again, I've talked about the scale of work in a few different ways, but that's going to be a big lift for our local school divisions. So wherever we can provide that supporting role and take the burden both in terms of resources and costs away from the school divisions is an important role for us to play. So those resources would be provided to divisions so the teachers could get that professional development at no cost. And that last column, or row rather, I think kind of toggles between the professional development and training category as well as teacher education. This would have the department establishing a micro-credential program for our reading specialist endorsements. So with the new staffing requirement, we recognize that we'll want more folks with those credentials in the field, and we want to make sure that there are a multitude of pathways for folks to get there. So the department establishing that micro-credential program is a part of this requirement or this piece of legislation. And of course, the board will have discretion on how those can be stacked and built on one another to add up to an endorsement for those individuals. And lastly, in our teacher education and licensure space, you'll see this work largely how we function already in terms of regulatory changes for licensure and educator preparation programs, where we will be responsible for providing staff support to you all to make sure the appropriate changes and the regulations for our teacher licensure and educator preparation programs are executed. I flagged a few components here that we will need to address or potentially amend in the regulations as we move towards implementation here. A part of that is for our candidates for licensure, making sure that the literacy assessment that they take for licensure includes a rigorous science-based reading instruction component. This has actually been something work that's already underway and something that the board will consider tomorrow, in fact. So this is work that's already in progress. And then, of course, even prior to licensure, when folks are in educator preparation programs, that these candidates are not just receiving courses of instruction and study and science-based reading research, but are demonstrating mastery in those spaces as well. And I will stop there for any questions before I hand it over to our program experts here.
Are there any questions? Maybe at the next spot, I'm told.
Okay, well, I will stay
Thank
on
you.
call then. Thank you.
Okay. Jillian, you ready?
I am ready.
Dr. Wright, thank you for hanging in with us this far. So, we appreciate your patience. Superintendent Balo and you will lead a discussion of state levers to impact positive literacy change.
So I'm just going to open it up, and I think Dr. Wright and I have spoken on a couple of panels at the national level regarding literacy and a number of other issues, and international. We were in China together talking about career and tech ed and maybe a little literacy as well. So suffice to say, Dr. Wright is just so amazing at sharing the story of Mississippi, and I want to cede most of the time today to her. I just want to maybe outline a couple of items that lead us to this point as a nation, and they begin long ago with legislation and efforts at literacy education transfer or early literacy education transformation that has been successful, but maybe leadership at the state level and the state governance level has not been as prominent in the conversation as it could have or should have been. And that's a charge that we took very seriously as state superintendents. And at the time, of course, I was serving as state superintendent in Wyoming, and also as the president of the Council of Chief State School Officers Board of Directors. We met for a full day in Washington, D.C. in January of 2020, and we talked about the urgency and importance around ensuring that states were able to have some kind of framework, or, we've used the word levers a couple of times, 4 levers for action in the Virginia Literacy Act, 6 levers or 6 components within the bill for the department. And now we're going back to 4 levers of actionable items that state governance structures, SEAs, state superintendents, and state boards can undertake to move forward. So board members, you had access to A Nation of Readers, which is a report that was the result or the product of our one-day convening in January of 2020. And we managed literacy education as a priority throughout the pandemic. And what we knew from almost day one of the pandemic was that the sense of urgency is greater, the sense of, or the importance or emphasis on literacy education and the science of reading was intensified with the pandemic. And finally, we, throughout the pandemic, identified more struggling readers at the end of the pandemic than we had before. And so, again, the intensity, the urgency, and the importance is there. It's more profound after the pandemic. You have, in Dr. Wright from Mississippi, an amazing leader in literacy, early literacy in particular. And I want to cede most of the time to Dr. Wright to talk about her experiences as a state leader, also as a passionate education leader in Mississippi, and how a similar literacy act was implemented there. So Dr. Wright, thank you so much for agreeing to join us today, and so excited to turn the reins over to you and have you just tell us about your experience in Mississippi, share lessons learned and celebrations along the way.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you for inviting me. I've got a lot of information to share, and hopefully we'll have time at the end for questions. But what I have to share, I think, will be impactful as you move through this. And Emily, are you doing my slide deck? Emily there?
Okay, yes, somebody is.
Yeah.
We have your slide deck managed. Yes.
Okay, so let me just start with, and I'll start with the next slide, which is our vision and mission. And this is something that I've made a habit of doing as a state chief, because I'm a firm believer that if you don't know where you're headed, you'll never know whether you get there. And so the whole idea behind our vision in Mississippi is to create this world-class educational system for our children so that they can be successful regardless of what they decide to do in life. Next slide. Our state board approved the 6 goals that you see. We did not have a strategic plan when I got here, and we wanted to make the focus very much so on making sure that all students were proficient and showing growth, making sure that all children were graduating from high school, college, and career ready. The state had never had an early childhood goal at all, and so this was a big step forward for us to ensure that all of our little ones were having access to high quality early childhood programming. Ensuring that all of our schools had effective teachers and leaders. Goal 5, making sure that everybody was using data in a way that was going to move the needle for student achievement. And then goal 6, we have an A through F rating system in Mississippi, and we wanted to make sure that all of our schools and districts were rated C or higher. Next slide. This is a slide to show you where we were. So when I arrived in November of 2013, we were literally at the bottom. Education Week, as you know, produces an annual report every year that ranks all of the schools on a variety of indicators. And Mississippi had been ranked as an F. and ranked as 50th. Our graduation rate was at 75.5, which was the second lowest among all of our neighboring states. And when NAEP came out, our kids were more than a full year below grade level when NAEP came out. And the bad part of that was the assessment system that we used to have was not telling the truth. And so hence the honesty gap. Our assessments would come out and they'd say, oh yeah, you got about 65 or 70% of your kids proficient in reading. And then NAEP would come out and say, no, it's 22% of your kids. So that was a huge piece for me because I did not want to be the poster child for the honesty gap report. Next slide. So in 2021, here's where we are. So Quality Counts now has rated us as a C- overall. We are now 35th in the nation for our K-12 achievement. Our graduation rate is the highest it's ever been at 88.4. And when the 2019 results came out, Mississippi was ranked #1 in the nation for our gains in fourth grade reading and fourth grade math. In fact, we were the only state in the nation that improved in 3 out of the 4 tested areas. And I want to talk a little bit more about that when we get there. And then over the past 3 years, Quality Counts has ranked Mississippi the second most improved state in the nation. Next slide. So people say, well, what did you do? So there were a lot of levers that we put in place. And the first was we reorganized the State Department because it was not organized in a way I felt that was going to move the work forward. So once the strategic plan was developed and once we had, our goals set, we reorganized the department in order to achieve those goals. We also had standards that had been evaluated by 2 outside organizations by the time I got there. I think the one word they used was atrocious, and I think the next phrase they used was the worst in the nation. So we went about adopting very rigorous standards for our state. In fact, they're the highest the children have ever experienced. And at the same time, we jettisoned the old assessment, which wasn't doing us any good whatsoever, and we developed our own brand new assessment. We put an RFP for it. I said I wanted to mirror the rigor of NAEP. I wanted to be aligned to our standards, and so we started with that, and I'll talk about that in a second. We also put into place what I consider a very strong accountability system. I'm a believer that accountability drives the behaviors that you want to see in schools. So your accountability system needs to be measuring those behaviors that you want to see in schools, like proficiency, like growth, like graduation rate, like how many children are enrolled in AP, IB, dual credit classes. So that we refined as well. And then a strategy that I firmly believe in, and I was so glad to hear your speakers talk about it, is building teacher and leader capacity. I honestly believe that everybody wants to come in doing the very best that they can, but this idea of a common language and making sure that we all have the same capacity to teach children to read through the science of reading and leaders know what to be seeing in classrooms, that was huge for us. So we as a department have taken on the role of providing that professional development statewide. And it was important to me. I use that phrase, everybody's got to be speaking the same language. Everybody's got to have the same understanding of what we're talking about when we're talking about what does it mean to teach the science of reading or evidence-based literacy. So the next slide. So these are this came out of the Council of Chief State School Officers, and that was what Jillian was just referring to. And these are 4 state actions that they're saying can help to move the progress along. And I'm going to talk to each of those as I move through my presentation. So let's start. Next slide. So let's talk first about the legislation. Next slide. In 2013, there were 2 laws that were passed that were critical for Mississippi. One was the Early Learning Collaborative Act. It had no public dollars going into pre-K in 2013, none. And so this was the first time that public pre-K had any attention whatsoever given to it. And so they put $3 million into the piece of legislation. We have increased it over time. It is now up to $16 million, and we've asked for an additional $10 million during this legislative session. And we've asked for it based on what I call the return on investment, right? You gave me $3 million. Here's what the return on your investment was, meaning what were the student outcomes for that? And the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, which is similar to your Virginia Literacy Act, really put a focus on K-3 literacy. We started at $9.5 million annually, and I said to the folks across the street, there's no way we're going to get there at that rate. So the very next year and every year thereafter, they have given the department $15 million to operate within those bounds. Next slide. So let me just talk a little teeny bit about the Early Learning Collaborative Acts first, because our efforts have really been a pre-K through grade 3 piece of work. This, as I said, this was the first time we'd ever given communities, if you will, the opportunity to open pre-K classes that we had control over. And you could pick a lead partner, such as either a district or a Head Start site, et cetera. We gave the money to them. We were responsible for helping them hire the staff and outfitting the program. And we didn't even have an Office of Early Childhood Ed when this bill was passed. So needless to say, we had to form that at the state level as well. And the other thing I did, because I know that almost all the children in the state come to public kindergarten. So I wanted to be able to give daycare providers, Head Start people, anybody that touched 3s and 4s, 4-year-olds in the state. So we opened up all of the professional development that we were offering for free to anybody that touched a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, because I felt if we could build a capacity across the state, then we would see better results coming into kindergarten. And the next slide. And another piece of this legislation that was really, really important was this tax credit. Local businesses were allowed to donate to their local collaboratives and get a 1-to-1 tax credit. And you can see we started with less than $300,000 the first year being donated. And now we are well over $6 million in money that has been donated by businesses to get this tax credit. So it was a real incentive. And these collaboratives were put based on where we saw the least amount of access across the state, where our results in our elementary schools were the worst. So we wanted to give them the chance to start those collaboratives before they even fed into our K through 12 programming. Next slide. The one thing that we didn't have was early childhood coaches. We did not have parent engagement specialists, et cetera. So we approached the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, which has a big footprint here in Mississippi, and asked if they could fund it for 4 years. And so they did. And we really got a chance to expand all kinds of resources around early childhood and also with our families. We've even developed a family engagement toolkit. And so the one thing I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to go through several of the resources that we have, I'll say it up front so I won't forget it. Any of the resources we have, and I say this no matter who I speak to, please go to our website. We've developed some amazing resources in literacy and for English language learners and all special education students where this is concerned. Feel free to pull it down off our website, take our name off of it and put your name on it and just use it, because we're all here for the same interest, and that's making sure that our little ones are learning. So I kept all this data on our early childhood coaches because I knew that this funding cliff was coming with the philanthropic gift. And so sure enough, when I went back to the legislature and showed them what we had done with these coaches, they're now funding our early childhood coaches for us. Next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I do want you, I know you're using reading specialists. We're using coaches. And the one thing that I can tell you that we did a little bit differently, we as a department hire the coaches. And I just heard the last speaker say that you're letting that up to the district. I would make sure that you have a pretty tight job description if that's going to be the local control piece, because we're a local control state. And I knew that this work, I had to have the best quality of the people coaching our teachers. And so that's the reason we took control over the coaching model. And the coaching strategy for us, we now have math coaches, early childhood coaches, school improvement coaches, special education coaches, literacy coaches, and digital learning coaches. And those are all under our purview, our hire, to push out across the state to help our teachers. And that has been, that has paid off for us tremendously. But this will give you an idea of what a coach actually does. Next slide. So as you see, these are the different components that we have in our act. It did provide us professional development money. We put out an RFP because we wanted to make sure that the science of reading was being taught to all K-3, general ed, special ed, and administrators. And so the letters training is what we use. I can tell you that our teachers have given us amazing feedback saying it's the best professional development they've ever had. And we require that training now for all pre-K through grade 3 teachers and administrators. And I can tell you that now, I heard somebody say we really want to move into 4 through 5. I'm having 4th through 8th grade teachers saying, can I take it? Because I've got kids that are struggling in reading. Can we take the letters training as well? We had our assessment system built in, so we monitor in kindergarten through 3rd grade at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year, so that not only do teachers know, but now built into this legislation, a letter has to be sent home to every kindergarten through 3rd grade student that's struggling in reading, to a parent. And it doesn't just say, Carrie's struggling in reading. It says, Carrie's struggling in reading, and here is specifically what we are going to do to help your child get better. So the strategies are listed in that, and those letters are mailed home to parents every quarter, so that parents are constantly informed about how their children are doing. Next slide. We also increased the rigor, if you will, of the act, and I think you've done that if memory serves. We now require all teachers to pass the Foundations of Reading assessment in order to receive their license to become licensed to teach in the state of Mississippi. And also in 16, we modified the law to now require that every student that is struggling has an individual reading plan to help them improve. Next slide. We've done a lot around dyslexia. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but we started in 1997 with grants to districts to support students. We've added dyslexia scholarships, and now this past year, we are now requiring all of our districts to participate in dyslexia awareness training. Next slide. This was a big one. Our law we've got a 5-level system with 1 is the lowest and 5 is advanced. And our law, when it was passed, said children, in order to be promoted, because it's a promotion law, had to pass above the lowest level. Well, all they had to do was score above a level 1. And I said, we're never going to have proficiency at level 4 if we don't raise the bar. So I went back across the street and asked the legislature to move the bar up in 2016. I said, give the districts 3 years of a runway, but then in 2019, we're going to assess using the higher bar. So now, in order for children to be promoted, they must score at a 3 or higher, not quite at proficiency, but a 3 or higher in order to be promoted, unless they have a good cause exemption. Next slide. So this will just give you just an overview quickly of the kinds of things that I've just discussed. Next slide. This slide comes to you from the Foundation for Excellence in Education. That is Jeb Bush's organization, and they have evaluated all the states regarding their reading policies. And so I just offer this to you as information for you. Next slide. So now I want to talk to you a little bit about implementation. Next slide. This will give you just a basic timeline of how we did it. I can tell you that the lift is big, and it's big on the department, and it's big on the district, but it's the work that needs to be done for our children. And this will let you know how we kind of sequence things through. Next slide. I wanted to give you an idea of like, what does the budget look like, and how much money are you spending on what? So out of the $15 million that we get every year, about 61% of it is spent on our coaching and our coaching support. We also have regional supports, as you just heard described to you as well. So we've got coaches at the district level, we've got regional coaches that assist as well, and then we've got coaches that are back at the department. We provide professional development for our coaches monthly. So even if the district is hiring them, I would encourage the department to give some thought as to how could you bring those coaches in, even if it was done regionally, because you've got a large state like I do in terms of square footage, to provide professional development to those coaches to make sure that they've got the help and support that they need as they move through that. Next slide. So you can see there's a lot of moving parts, and each one of them is critical. It's critical that you have support for your teachers. They're going to need this. For many of our teachers were not coming out of ed prep knowing anything about how to teach reading, and I was hearing it from principals and I was hearing it from superintendents. So now we've at least guaranteed that we're providing them the information that they need to know how to teach the science of reading. We've put a lot in place around early identification. It starts in pre-K, quite honestly, and goes all the way through, because early identification and intervention are key, as is parent communication. And I don't know, I can't remember if your law is a retention law or not. Ours was. You will never hear anybody in my department talk about retention at all. we talk about prevention and intervention, because if you can't focus on the retention aspect, you've got to focus on what is it we're doing for children each and every day. Next slide. As our scores started to come up, and they did, I was curious about would I really be seeing in the classroom what I wanted to be seeing. So we belong to the Regional Education Lab Southeast, and Florida State is their research institution. So I called up the director and said, could you do a study for me to let me know whether I'm seeing in the classroom, because we're spending a lot of money on this, and I don't have a problem spending that, but are we getting what we need to be seeing in the classroom? So she brought her team in and went through our training, videotaped hundreds of teachers around the state, went back and analyzed all that, and called me up when the study was done. And she says, you're going to love what we found. You are seeing in the classroom the behaviors that you want to see. Teachers are teaching exactly what you want them to be teaching. And they're self-reporting that the information that they're learning has really improved their practice. And I gave you a link to the news release that we did on that and a link to the research paper. Next slide. So as you can see, the idea behind whether you want to call them a reading specialist, you want to call them a coach, the bottom line is, what are we doing to move student achievement and sustain student achievement over time? Because that needs to be like the focus. And these are all the things that our coaches are doing. Next slide. We've got ongoing help that we provide every year across the state. We do a lot of parent meetings across the state. We hold language arts nights and math nights and literacy nights, working with our parents. We've also developed a, I'm going to call it a lesson plan for a principal that wants to hold a literacy night. And so it's got all the materials, it's got the step-by-step approach. So even if our staff isn't there, principals across the state can pull that off. And we've developed so many resources, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that as well. Oh, I forgot about our data coaches. We've also got data coaches that we also put in districts that were struggling with literacy, and they're there to help teachers use their data to inform their instruction. Next slide. So what's come along the slowest, and it's been the most painful, quite honestly, has been educator prep. And I said to somebody, I just think that their definition of sense of urgency is a little bit different than my definition of sense of urgency. And so they've been the slowest to come along to change anything that's happening. So we've kind of backed up and taken a different role on our approval process for their educator prep programs. And so we are still working on that. We had a governor's task force that took a look at this and for about 18 months. And then they too came out with recommendations. So we're following up on that as well. Next slide. So the one thing that I think is really important with this slide is that it's everybody connected together. I'm so pleased to hear that you have somebody that's such an advocate in your legislature, because that really has to be involved in all this, because that's where obviously all your money gets. But it's also making sure that the Department of Ed is seen at the district level, right down to the schoolhouse, right down to the teacher's classroom, as a support to their work. And that's one thing I believe that my job and the job of my department is to be in service to our districts. I've got a 400+ teacher advisory council. I've got a 100+ student advisory council. I've got about a 30-ish superintendent advisory council and about 35 to 40 principals advisory council. And I meet with them on a regular basis to say, how are things going and what else can we do for you, so that they can see us as supportive of them. So next slide. Let's talk just a minute about our resources. Next slide. One thing that we did, and parents can download it on the app, we've got a great website called Strong Readers, Strong Leaders. And it helps parents, provides them information and resources, birth through grade 5, so they can be wherever they can be, and they've got it right there at their phone to give kids little quizzes or ask them to do kinds of activities. But that's something that we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from our parents on that. Next slide. This is on our website. This is a highly, highly used document. I've been amazed at the number of parents that ask for it every single year. It's in English and in Spanish, and it is kindergarten through 8th grade, and it's all about how parents can help their children at home. Next slide. We've developed a great guide, birth through grade 12, on how to build strong readers, and it's really all focusing on our literacy work. And this is to provide all kinds of resources and activities for teachers to do in their classrooms as they are working on building literacy skills. Next slide. We have been involved in developing high quality instructional materials. And so we developed a high quality instructional materials website. This really, really came in helpful during the pandemic because God love all those teachers. They were dragging everything they could from the internet, and whether it aligned or didn't align to the standards, they just were doing the best that they could during the time that we were all shut down. So we developed this website, and so our department and the teachers from my Teachers Council and others have vetted these materials in the subject areas that you see. So now if a teacher is getting ready to teach a lesson, he or she can go to that website and know that those materials are aligned to our standards, they've been vetted, and we have confidence in them. So let me just close with a real quick next slide about some of our outcomes. Next slide. Our collaboratives have been so successful, and we've been recognized by the National Institute of Early Education Research for the past at least 4 or 5 years. It's only one of 6 states in the nation that's meeting all of their 10 quality indicators. Next slide. Our little ones coming in from our collaboratives are outperforming all other children in pre-K classes, be they private, be they Head Start, be they home care, be they family center. So we are collecting this data. I changed the kindergarten enrollment form maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, and now I'm requiring all parents to let me know where their children were as 4-year-olds, so that when I administer the kindergarten readiness assessment, I can disaggregate that data and let us know how well each of those groups of children are doing. And I can then also work with my early childhood coaches to deploy them to those areas that are struggling. And this will give you an idea. Next slide. This is from 2019. And this was a little bit of a shock to the system. 530 is our cut for being ready. And you can see where our public pre-K kids came in, but also look at Head Start. And when I published this data, I got to tell you, I wasn't a very popular person, but to me, the data are what the data are. And you had children that when we first published this, back when, this is in 19, when I first published this data, the only difference between children in Head Start and children that are being kept at home was 1 point. And so that was, I think, a shock to their system. Our message was, we're here to help you get better. We've got early childhood coaches. We've got resources we could provide you. We've got professional development you can come to. All we're interested in is making sure that the quality of the program for these little ones is the best that it can possibly be. Next slide. I talked to you about that 3rd grade achievement. These are the scores children are given 3 times to pass this. One is our statewide assessment. The second one is another reading assessment that is a part of our reading statewide assessment. That's given before school gets out, and then the last one is given in August. And so these were the pass rates when all they had to do was score at level 2 or above. And everybody was so fearful about what was going to happen when I raised the bar. But look, you had 86% of our kids passing it on the first time around, which let me know our teachers were doing exactly what we needed them to be doing in the classroom to get these kids over that bar. Next slide. This gives you a picture of Mississippi. It's from 2009 to 2019. This lets you know also the above the bar, which you see on grade 4, which is the 33 and the 35. That was the national average at the time. And so we've made not where we need to be. Don't misunderstand. We got a long way to go to where we need to be, but significant achievement over that 10-year period of time because of our singular focus on improving literacy. And next slide. This was our rankings in 2019. As I said, we were #1 in the nation for 4th grade math and 4th grade reading in our gains, but we were 3rd in the nation for our gains in 8th grade math and 4th in the nation for our gains in 8th grade reading. And over that 10-year period of time, we were 2nd in the nation for our gains in 8th grade math, 4th grade math, and 4th grade reading. Next slide. You can see, this is our statewide assessment. You can see every year we were like climbing. I've told people that the pandemic was such a gut punch to Mississippi because no matter what indicator we were looking at, it was heading in the right direction. And I honestly believe that the reason that our dip was not as great as it should be, it was not a real cliff in ELA, because of all the work that we had done prior to that time in building the capacity of our teachers and our leaders. Next slide. Our graduation rate, as I said to you, is the highest it's ever been. Next slide. And our dropout rate is the lowest it's ever been. And also, as I said, next slide, as I said to you, Mississippi has been ranked, as I said, for 3 years steady as the second most improved state in the nation. So I feel like we're on the right track. Next slide. But I also know that there's a long way to go, and that's okay, because I think that I think people are excited to get the momentum back in. We're administering our statewide assessments starting next month. We are right in the middle of NAEP. NAEP is being administered as we speak, and those results will be put out in the fall. So excited to be here and more than anxious to answer any questions that you may have. And I know that's a lot of stuff I threw at you, so I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much. I'm sure there are questions. So. Yes, Dr. Mann.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and congratulations to you for all of the efforts you've devoted to this issue. Comment first, I was really appreciative of just how much you have incorporated really birth forward into your strategy. I think that is such an important way to think about this when we consider the importance of those early years of life and the foundation it establishes. So I was really, it was interesting to see how you weave that throughout the strategies that you articulated, and the fact that you brought in community. You were considerate of wherever children were being served and making those resources accessible so that kids could benefit. I was curious on a couple of fronts. You didn't talk so much about how you understand outcomes disaggregated. And there was a lot here, but I couldn't help but wonder if, you were seeing the same kinds of progress when you sort of, disaggregate and look across subgroups in your data. So that was one question. I really appreciated too, your calling out just the time it takes higher ed to transition, right? You've been able to create PD that's helping your teachers succeed at being able to implement the strategies that support reading proficiency. But higher ed is not doing its job of making certain that teachers coming out are really prepared. And so I'm curious about that conundrum when you think about upping the ante on assessments that teachers have to be prepared to take in order to be deemed qualified to teach, when the preparation experience is lacking. And so I'm just curious your thoughts about, how to be thinking about those kinds of issues, given some of the things that we're going to be discussing here as soon as tomorrow.
Well, you bring up, let me take your second question first. So what we have decided to do is we have decided that we are going to start posting the pass rates by institution on the foundations of reading assessment. If our data have to be transparent, then their data need to be transparent. So that's one thing that we're getting ready to do. And we've also built into our new evaluation system a way to get at start to get at the curricula about what is and is not actually, taking place. And it's been interesting. You've got some people, I'll speak for Mississippi. We've got some people that are still, and I heard this from professors. Number one, I don't need to come to your training. I've already got a doctorate. Okay. And then another one that said, I don't need to come to your training because I believe in whole language. Well, let me tell you what. Whole language is never going to get you to where you need to get in terms of literacy. Been there, done that. That was years and years ago, and I'm stunned that people are still advocating for whole language, to be quite honest with you. And so we said, okay, well, you know what? We're just going to keep pounding away at it. We're going to keep pounding away at it. We're not going to back up. And luckily, the legislature has been very good in making sure that we've got the money to continue with that training. About the subgroups, I'm glad you asked that. I did not, in this presentation, I have other slides. But we've got a huge Mississippi Succeeds report card on our website. And that has data broken down by district, by subgroup, for everything that you could ever want to imagine. Per pupil expenditures, graduation, proficiency, growth, anything that you want to know is on our website under our Mississippi Succeeds report card. And we felt that that was important because we do monitor that data. We look very closely at our subgroup data, because the one thing that I say to people is that behind every data point is a face, and you have got to know who that face is in order to provide the right intervention. I said, just like you would never give an intervention to all white children, you would never give the same intervention to all students with disabilities, you would never give the same intervention to all African-American students. It's got to be individualized. And that's the one thing that we've worked with our teachers on. Like, when you get your data back, drill down then to who that face is, and then what does that face need? Because each of those faces is going to need something different. And then the professional development that we've come back behind and offered our teachers is then how then do you provide the interventions for those children? We've got another, I didn't have this on my slide, but I would encourage you to take a look, Jillian. It's called Access for All 2.0, and it is a huge document that we put together to provide teachers with how to help children that are struggling not only in academically, and it's broken down by subject area, and giving them strategies, but also behaviorally, and how that help them in various kinds of behaviors. So once teachers get the data, they need to see who the face is, and then how do I plan the interventions behind that? But we are very transparent about our data. And where we've got a gap, we'll admit we've got the gap.
Dr. Duran.
Dr. Wright, good to see you again, and thank you for your presentation. Two key questions. One, can you tell us about your experience and how you supported your English learners from the state level, particularly as we understand more and more our English learners are struggling with acquiring English and literacy skills needed there on top of their own, what we call L1 or their primary language. We're seeing more and more students not coming prepared to schools, even speaking their primary language. So talk to us a little bit about what you did and whatever the data shows. I'll certainly look it up, as you just said a minute ago, but what has been your lessons learned there and your successes, and anything you can share with us?
Well, we simply do not in Mississippi have enough English language learner teachers, and I just said, okay, then who's going to be responsible? Because somebody's got to be responsible, right? So we said, then it's got to be the classroom teacher that's got to have the primary responsibility for these children because they're in his or her care anyway. So we've put together, besides the professional development, so anytime I say to you, we've got a resource document, and this one I'm really proud of. We sent it up actually to CCSSO, and I think they've distributed it across to the other state chiefs. But it's how do we help the classroom teacher address the issues that need to be addressed with English language learners in the classroom and not in pull-out classes. I mean, I believe there's a reason for that for sometimes, but I'm a firm believer that children learn by being included in the class as much as possible. I believe this about students with disabilities as well. I was responsible for supervising students with disabilities for 10 years of my career, and I can tell you that where we saw the most growth, and I think the same is true for English language learners, is when they are in the classroom with their general ed peers and they're listening to the language, they're watching the behaviors, they're listening to the teacher, and they're being exposed to the kinds of things that they need to be exposed to. And that, the feedback that I'm getting from the teachers, particularly around the professional development and the guidance document that we put out, has been very positive. So we're monitoring that just like we're monitoring all the other data when we get our statewide data back.
Thank you.
And that document, Jillian, is on our website as well.
Thank you. My second question is, talk to us a little bit about the screeners that you used and any changes and shifts around the instructional resources you've used, specific resources you've used, and what was that process like in terms of how you help lead superintendents and principals on what to adopt and what to implement?
So we took charge of that. We also, by that I mean, we put out an RFP for screeners to be, and so whoever won that RFP, we had to be aligned with what we were doing. So our screeners in K-3 right now are from Renaissance, but we'll be re-advertising that. You know, obviously when that contract ends. But we wanted to make sure that our screeners were aligned with what we were attempting to do. And so that's part of it. The other part of it is if you don't want to use that screener, you must choose from our vetted list. So I pulled together the best and the brightest when, you know, and we whatever that thing is, request for information. I don't know what the bid is, but anyway, you send that out, people give all their information. We vetted all those screeners, and now on our website, if they choose not to use the Renaissance screener, they must choose one of the other screeners that we have listed. I believe I think there's about 5 of them now, because we can guarantee that those screeners are aligned to the science of reading and the work that we're trying to do. We did the same thing with dyslexia screeners. We've got approved screeners on our website. So districts have the ability to go on our website, but they must choose from one of the ones on our website because we know that those have been vetted and are reliable and valid in terms of screening for dyslexia.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I just want to thank you.
If I may say, I know just one other thing. I know this may say we took control of a lot. Let me just put it that way. You know, I did not want to leave anything to chance. I simply did not. And I thought, you know, we're a local control state. We do not dictate curriculum. We've got an approved list of textbooks on our website that we really vetted a lot through ed reports, et cetera, et cetera. Now, and the districts know they can go there to see exactly what we're recommending, but that doesn't mean that they have to choose from that list. But over the years, what I've found has been true is that we have been so steady with our support and so steady with our messaging and so steady with the resources that we've provided that I think there's been a real trust issue that's been built between us. So now I think that when I say, hey, this is something you might want to take a look at, or we've just developed this, they're really much quicker to do that, I think, than they would have been years ago. So I think that in the team that I put in place, I've got amazing people that work in this department. They're the world's best, and they're always there to help others. I've got a team right now that's helping a team in Alaska. I've got a team that's helping a team in California, because our job is to, how can we help you get better at what you're doing and impact even more children? And so we do that a lot, but we do it from one, speaking the same language, I guess. I'll go back to that, speaking the same language.
Superintendent Balo.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Carrie, congratulations. And I've said that before, but it is really amazing to be in this seat and just continue to learn from you as a literacy leader in the nation. And you've just done so many great things for the children in Mississippi. So thank you and congratulations. My question, I guess, first of all, I'll just lay out the sort of the state of students in Virginia, and that is we are 44% free and reduced lunch, 68% urban and suburban, and 32% rural and small town. That's fairly consistent with the demographics across the nation. And I know that you have some of the same demographics in Mississippi with rural schools, with socioeconomics, et cetera. Would you talk a little bit about the challenges of meeting the needs in some of those zip codes that historically haven't had the same access to high quality literacy instruction? Yeah, that's a really good point. Well, Mississippi has the largest level of poverty in the nation. We've got, and if you're African American, the odds of you living in poverty in Mississippi are almost 50%. So it's a heavy lift for poverty. We have many rural areas of the state, and the gentleman from Mississippi can tell you. I mean, the entire Delta
there's not much there but flat land. And so one of the things that we've tried to do, and the same is true, quite honestly, for the southwest part of the state, and for parts of the eastern part of the state. That's one of the reasons we provide a lot of regional work. Like our professional development, they don't come to Jackson for PD. We set up regional professional development all over the state, so that those teachers that live in the Delta, I'll just stick with the Delta, know that they don't have, that all they probably have to do is just drive to Delta State, which is probably maybe a 20 or 30-minute ride for them to come to PD. So that's the one thing we've tried to acknowledge, is that they've, is the vast geographical area. We're making sure that it's available all across the state, just like our parent nights. Our parent nights are all over the state, so that we're getting to where the people are and not expecting them, to come to us. A lot of listening takes place, particularly when we look at our data and we're sitting down with principals. One thing that we did do, we hired what we call professional development coordinators. And in the State Department, I'm sure it's the same as you, we only are able to hire the same number of people that we get pins from the legislature for. Well, I needed professional development coordinators across the state, but I had money but no pins. So I went to University of Mississippi and I said, if I give you this money, will you let me hire 20 people with it? They become your employees, but then you deploy them to me full time. So I was able then to hire a professional development coordinator in English language arts, math, early childhood, and special education. So as a rural superintendent, I could call that professional development coordinator, sit down and look at the data and say, okay, for my district or these schools, what kind of professional development can you provide? And then the professional development coordinator organizes the professional development, executes on the professional development, and then stays in those schools about 3 weeks to make sure that the teachers have gotten the hang of what the PD has been done. So we've had to use different strategies for different areas of the state, simply because the accessibility, Jillian, as you just said, is just not there. We had a huge technology initiative 2 years ago, Mississippi Connects, and we had $200 million that we purchased every teacher and every student a new device, and expanded broadband and hotspots. And so we did that. It looked a little different in the rural parts of the state than it did in other parts of the state. But we've also then moved ahead with that with our digital learning coaches. We've used our ARPA money to purchase high quality digital content to load onto those devices, so that even if children weren't connected with the internet, like out in the middle of the Delta, they still had the content on their devices that they could use and from which to learn. So we really tried to use a variety of strategies to meet the variety of needs that we've got across the state.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Ms. Holton.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, for being with us. This is very exciting, and congratulations. I've got two questions. One is about your early learning. How much were you able to expand high quality early learning? So what percentage of your young people are now engaged in some kind of high quality educational experience before kindergarten? And second, related, well, that's as part of my first question, how much do you attribute your success to that? How important is that in your success?
Oh, without a doubt, I think what we have done in early childhood has definitely impacted K-12. There's no doubt in my mind. We started small. We only had $3 million. I think we started with, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe like 1,500 kids. But I think now we are, with the new monies that are coming in, and we feel confident we're going to get the money we've asked from the legislature. We're going to be in about 900 classrooms in the fall. And so all the PD and the resources and everything that I say for you, that will be provided to the new people coming on board. And we've also, overall, between the collaboratives, those districts that have gone ahead with public pre-K, et cetera, with the public end of it, we're getting close to, trying to add this up really quick. We're getting close to almost half of our 4-year-olds, I'm going to say.
And
Almost half.
that's with the public options. Gotcha.
That's with the public option. That does not count private pre-K. That does not count family childcare. That doesn't count any of that. That's just strictly public pre-K.
Great, thank you. And then my second question, so what, I hear you on your, what you've done, you've taken a lot of control, and yet you are in a state like us with a lot of decentralized system. And any more advice for us on how to make that work? And in particular, I would say around, I think I heard you say if I heard correctly, you've just taken over the training. And, basically you're statewide, at the state level, you are dictating what the professional development must be for all teachers. How did you pull that
yes
off?
and yes.
Or the dictating that they all must take this?
Yeah. So that doesn't preclude districts, because there's still districts that are paying for their own professional development. So let me just be very clear about that. We've not said to them, okay, this is the only PD that you can have. That's not what we've said. We've said, this is the PD that we know all teachers, general ed, special ed, and administrators need in order to be grounded in knowing how to teach the science of reading, or evidence-based reading, whatever the term is you want to be using. And that we just kind of came out and said, this is critical. And I got to be honest with you, I have had a board since I've been here that has been very firm and very supportive about that. I've had amazing ed chairs across the street in both the Senate and the House that have been incredibly supportive, even though I've got two newer ones now. They've been, because once our scores started to really come up, the belief system really started to change. And I think that people saw what we were doing was working. And I think they've been at the bottom. There was just such a culture of low expectations. I think Mississippi had been at the bottom for so long that I don't think people honestly believed that our kids could do that. And so when we started putting, I thought, the right things in place, and our scores started to come up, then people started, so this is just the K-3. I could talk to you also about all the reform work we've done at middle and high school. At the same time, we started at K-3, we also knew a lot of work needed to be done at our high schools. And I think that, and those scores started to come up. So I think that it's been a twofold kind of, I'm going to call it the pincer approach, right? We started at elementary, high, and then kind of moved into middle school. But that's really, and we stuck to our guns. I mean, if people say, well, I don't want to do that, well, then we were kind of transparent about that too, right?
So you didn't actually, it wasn't a mandate, but it was, we're providing this for free. And then you did the bully pulpit plus the financial incentive rather than an actual mandate.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I don't know how many people are on the phone, but let me put it this way. When I first got here and we first did that, I just said it. I just said it's mandatory.
Okay.
And somebody asked me the other day, they said, this is like, we're at the last place I spoke. It might've been in Alabama because I was in Alabama last week. They said, so was it mandatory? I said, well, I said it was. I said, and the thing about it was, now that I look back on it, nobody really challenged it, And so, now looking back on it, but it's so funny to think about. And they said, well, but I thought, let's just say that it is, and let's see how far we go. And I think I may have had one superintendent who was just really, had his nose out of joint, and I'm not doing that. Fine. At that time I had 156 superintendents, and I thought, if one of them's going to march to a different drummer, so be it. As I had an effective schools researcher once told me, the parable of the sheep is great for church. He said, but it is not good for school improvement. He said, so you can't wait till you get them all on board in order to head in the right direction. So I've always had that little thing in the back of my mind as I've kind of pushed ahead.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
if I could add to that, I will just share that the Literacy Act for Virginia does include professional development that is selected and delivered at the state level for all school divisions. And so, we'll be rolling that out. And
So thanks to Delegate Coiner, we have the mandate.
we do have the mandate. We do have the mandate. In addition,
Yeah, that's great.
In addition, the state board is responsible for approving curriculum. And just as recently as the last couple of days, I've had superintendents reach out wanting to use their relief funds, as well as they're thinking ahead, and thinking about reading curriculum. They want to do the right thing. They want to get the right professional development. They want to get the right curriculum. And so I think it'll be really important for us as a state education agency to, first of all, really hone in and identify the professional development that we'll be mandating from the state, and for this board to at least conditionally approve a small list of curriculum materials from which school divisions can select. If they are planning on using their relief funds, of course, those are time limited. So we would want to make sure that we get those in front of divisions as soon as we can. Of course, with the goal of making sure that is broadly accepted and known across the Commonwealth in the coming months. But in the next couple of months, I want to make sure that divisions have the tools and the ability to select both the professional development and the curricular materials if they want to get a jump start and be an early adopter of this.
Anybody else? I don't see anybody this time. So Dr. Wright, thank you so much for spending the time with us. Very informative, very impressive what you've done there. You've provided a great roadmap for, I think, us to follow here. So we are very appreciative.
Oh, my pleasure. And Jillian knows how to reach me, and more than willing to collaborate on this, and got great people that, can help you avoid some of the pitfalls. So best of luck in your efforts, but just know that Mississippi's not that far away if you need a thought partner. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think before we go into the next session, we may take a quick break. That meets the pleasure of the board. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Very generous with the time. Is there Before we do the panel that's coming up, I know Delegate Coiner would like to say a few words. And Lord knows I would never deny Carrie anything, so.
Well, that was great listening to all the presentations. And I just wanted to clarify a few things. Since y'all are the record keepers, anything that's said here will be on your books. So I thought I'd clean up a few items. One, we met with all K-12 stakeholder groups. So all your folks who probably are they're usually here, right? Or they're watching you virtually.
Mhm.
So VAS and VSBA and PTA, and you name all your K-12 stakeholder groups. But we also met with higher ed institutions. So any individual college or university that wanted to meet with us as we were going through preparing the bill, we met with them. And I will echo what Superintendent Wright said, that your higher education is going to be your biggest hurdle to jump over. But they are all aware of it. So I think that's important for you all to know. There's no surprises with this bill for them. And I think what you'll find, we have had in the past certain institutions that sort of led the way in literacy and how we understood it as a state. And now we have folks who are also doing that again. And so you do have within each of your education institutions kind of some internal fighting, right,
Mhm.
amongst professors and literacy. And so I think the bill will help sort of make everybody on the same page, where there's been some internal struggles with different professors, as you said, but I have a doctorate. So I think you'll see that it helps clear that up. I think the other thing, the question about aligning with the science of reading, your screener, you all have already approved that. So the screener for PAL is being redone. Emily Solari at UVA, who's been overseeing that, you all have already done one of the big hurdles in the bill. So I don't want you to think that's work that has to be redone because of the bill. And the last thing I will say, while the full implementation is in year 2024-25, the budget money can start being used next year. So I didn't want you to think all of this is on hold until then. The way we crafted that budget amendment, all the preparation work can start taking place. And really, really critical with those ARPA dollars, that school divisions, the only piece of this that they have to pay for is that curriculum, because we knew they could take it out of money that they all have. And this is the perfect use for those dollars. So that was the only piece that wasn't fully funded. Everything else is fully taken care of as part of the budget. So just wanted to make sure, as I heard folks talking about those items, that there was clarity around what we put in for the budget as well as the bill. So that's
Great.
it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Comprehensive overview of literacy in Virginia. Distinguished panel.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon,
yes, that's
President
you.
Gecker. Yes, we are a panel. We are a panel, definitely. Good afternoon, President Gecker, Superintendent Balo, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you this afternoon about an overview of literacy in Virginia. My name is Jill Nogaris, and I am the K-12 English Coordinator here in the Office of Humanities in the Department of Learning and Innovation. And I have my two esteemed colleagues with me this afternoon, our elementary English and reading specialist, Carmen Curick, and our middle school specialist, Colleen Cassida. We are a small but mighty team of three. But we are very pleased to have this opportunity to connect with you this afternoon. At the request of the board, we did write a 40-page report giving you an overview of literacy in Virginia, and it is our hope this afternoon that this presentation will just provide some insights and just some details about what we included in there. It is rather comprehensive and probably would be hundreds of pages printed out if you explored all of the links that were included as well. So this is a very broad overview, but we are happy to answer questions on specifics if we are able to do so this afternoon. All right, so hopefully that works. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you this afternoon on such a massive and important topic as literacy here in Virginia. As former reading specialists, literacy coaches, central office staff, and parents here in Virginia, of students and kids ranging from 8 months old to 14 years old, we find this to be an incredibly important aspect of our work and our leadership and our involvement and support of school divisions here in Virginia. So just wanted to provide you the overview, kind of what we hope you would want to know. We realize that we may not have covered everything, and we do realize that because literacy touches so many aspects in other offices in the department, Our overview will be looking at Tier 1 instruction, but we do have some support and friends in the office from the Office of Special Education, Early Childhood, Assessment, Teacher Licensure to address any other questions that we can as we move through our time this afternoon. So just to give you an idea about what we talk about when we talk about comprehensive literacy in Virginia, we like to start by thinking about the goal. The goal of literacy instruction in Virginia is to ensure that all children have the necessary skills to become successful readers, writers, speakers, and listeners with the critical thinking skills that are required to be successful after graduation. Our program, so the English program here at the Department of Education, utilizes the term comprehensive literacy to demonstrate the instructional approach of integrating the 4 strands of our 2017 English Standards of Learning, the 2017 English Standards of Learning Curriculum Framework, the context of real-world application, the inclusion of interdisciplinary content, and scientific-based research in K-12 language arts. As you may be aware, the English Standards of Learning were the first standards to be developed under the profile of a Virginia graduate. As such, our current standards include a specific focus on Virginia's 5 C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creative thinking, and citizenship, 4 of which were already in our standards. So adding in the citizenship was a natural connection. But this is evident within our 4 strands, which you see highlighted here on the board. Our strands within the English language arts standards are reading, writing, communication and multimodal literacies, and research. These strands work together to promote and support literacy development K-12. And as teachers of English, we are very much interested in symbols and themes, and you're going to see a lot about ropes today. So if you're kind of looking at that curriculum framework example right there, you'll kind of see the idea of looking down a rope and the interlocking symbol there of these things working together to promote literacy for our students. And again, because we needed to kind of consolidate the information that was shared today, while our report isn't numbered by page number, all of the topics were hot linked if you are looking at an electronic copy. So if you wanted to look more about the history of our standards, our revision process, how that works, you can find that on pages 4 through 8 of your report or in the links that were included on the index on page 35. So something that we want to always think about at the forefront of our minds when we are thinking about English language arts is that our standards are a progression of skills that start spiraling in kindergarten and move all the way up through 12th grade. So concepts that are introduced as early as kindergarten are still concepts and skills that we grapple with and utilize within our toolboxes as 12th graders. One unique aspect about K-12 language arts is that because we are a skills-based course and not a specific course or content, we do not have anything that is taught in 1 year and covered within a specific course that is not explored again down the line, which I will show you an illustration of on the next slide. But the spiral is important to keep in mind as we consider the effects of the pandemic on our young learners and the different variety of entry points at which they're entering our classrooms right now. So we like to speak with our supervisors and our division level leaders and our teachers and really talk about utilizing the grade levels before and after when teachers are looking at the curriculum framework for the scope of learning in each of the strands to connect where students might need some additional support, but also to think about where students are moving next as we have students sitting in our classrooms that kind of need a variety of supports. So just to give you a very brief, simple example to kind of illustrate our point about the English skills progressing over time and spiraling and spinning as they go through. I have included a setting example just because that's really easy. And what you see here is in 2nd grade, we expect that our students are able to describe the setting. As they are learning to read, they can describe the setting in a work of fiction and poetry. But once they are in 5th grade, you'll see that that standard jumps to discussing the impact of setting on plot development. Now, without being able to identify or describe that setting, they would have a difficult time explaining how to discuss the way that the setting impacted the plot or impacted the decision of a character. Moving up into 7th grade, you'll see that students are expected to describe the elements of narrative writing, including setting, amongst a variety of other pieces, and how those pieces influence one another. So how did the setting impact that character development? How did the setting impact the theme? How did the theme impact the setting? What did the author do there? And then if you look in 10th grade, you will not see the term setting at all. Because we are a K-12 course that's built on skills, if we wanted to include everything that a student would be responsible in 12th grade, then we would need to include all of the kindergarten standards all the way through. As you can see in 10th grade here, we have that students would be able to critique how authors use key literary elements. We don't need to write out setting anymore because it is assumed that students have a lot of practice and experience with that and could pull that out of their toolbox. So it is our job as educators in Virginia to make sure that our students have the necessary tools that they need so that they can select the appropriate tool and know how to use it and when to use it to read and comprehend what they are reading. So when we talk about comprehensive literacy here in Virginia, we're talking about integrating the strands of English language arts to enhance and cement student understanding. So while those strands are developed separately, they are expected to be seamlessly integrated in a classroom. And when strands are woven together, they are stronger, much like the image of the rope that you see here. And when our students have experiences where they are making these linkages between vocabulary and reading and writing and research, then they are able to strengthen their understanding of what they're reading and their student outcomes improve. So when we talk about just some generic English instruction, some effective practices, this is a lot of what we talk about, is pairing texts, having students compare and contrast what they see in different types of writing, use of text-dependent questions where the answer doesn't just come from their head, but they need to go back into the text to kind of pull out that knowledge, using inference questions and text-based vocabulary, and including writing, incorporating writing in every lesson if appropriate. However, in order for our students to be successful with paired texts and text-based vocabulary and text-dependent questions, they need a strong foundation in these early literacy skills. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Carmen, who is going to speak with you now about the science of reading and its role in K-12 literacy instruction here in Virginia.
Good afternoon, President Gecker, Superintendent Balow, and board members. As Jill mentioned, my name is Carmen Kurek, and I'm the Elementary English and Reading Specialist here at the department. And I'm excited to have the opportunity this afternoon to share the science of reading with you, just to hopefully start the conversation and having a shared understanding, explain some models that illustrate larger components of what instruction looks like under the science of reading, and to share some snapshots of research underneath the science of reading. As Delegate Coiner mentioned before, the science of reading is a very broad term. So we really hope to just illustrate those larger components of what instruction looks like that is aligned with science and evidence-based practices. So what is the science of reading? If you happen to Google science in any sort of context that has to do with a career field, most of the definitions that you will find center around this idea of a systematic, organized body of knowledge and research around a particular topic. And that is the topic that we are exploring today, this systematically organized body of knowledge and research around literacy and reading. And this research has been growing for the last 50 years on how the brain learns to read and how children need to be taught to read. And so that is what we will be exploring a little bit more today as well. And you can see how the International Literacy Association defines the science of reading on your slide as well, similar to what I just shared. So we did want to share a few snapshots of research that support the science of reading. So I will share what it says and then hopefully provide some examples to illustrate what that might look like in a classroom. This particular snapshot of research comes to us from, it's called an IES practice guide. It is published by the Institute of Education Sciences through the What Works Clearinghouse through the U.S. Department of Education. And this particular educator practice guide was written to share evidence-based recommendations of how children should be taught to learn literacy for those foundational skills in kindergarten through 3rd grade. So you can see the points listed there, and I will kind of go through them and then hopefully share a few examples. And not talk all day about them. But the first one is teaching students academic language skills, including the use of inferential and narrative language and vocabulary knowledge. And then develop awareness of the segments of sounds in speech and how they link to letters. Teaching students to decode words, analyze word parts, and write and recognize words. Ensure that each student reads connected text every day to support reading accuracy, fluency, and comprehension. So just to touch a little bit more on these. So really working through building students' language skills. In those early grades, we're really working on their listening comprehension, how they understand the stories they hear, building their oral language skills, their sentence structures, the words that they use, their vocabulary knowledge. So this might look like a lot of read alouds to build background on a certain topic, really helping students to summarize what they're reading and make predictions about what they're reading. So later, as Jill mentioned, they can have those complex conversations around complex text. And then developing awareness of the segments of sound and speech. So in the English language, there are 44 sounds, and there are 144 different ways to represent those sounds. So that is a challenge that, teachers are hopefully tackling in their classroom, is teaching all of the different ways that we represent those sounds. We are not born with the ability to read, but we are born with the ability to speak. And when infants start babbling and making those sounds, we are living this in my house right now, but you're like, oh, I heard B. So really, once they get into school, taking that next step and showing them how to represent those sounds. Teaching students to decode words. Those are really working on those common spelling patterns that we know, working on word building activities, teaching students those high frequency words and what patterns they may go with, those natural spelling patterns. But if they do not fit a pattern, matching those, how it is spelled to the sounds that they hear in the word. And then reading connected text every day. In early grades with early readers, this looks like they would be reading with a decodable text. So you would see a student with a text that has a lot of those common spelling patterns that they're working through so that they can apply the skills that their teachers are teaching them through a reading, through an actual book and text. So you've probably heard that phonics instruction is a huge piece of science-based instruction. And it is, but we also hope to share today that there are other large components as well and how they work together. So this piece of information comes to us from an International Literacy Association Literacy Leadership Brief from 2019. They shared what are the characteristics of effective phonics instruction. And so again, I will do similar, share them and then touch more on a few of these. So effective phonics instruction should be explicit and systematic, focus on those strong readiness skills in the early grades, follow a scope and sequence, focus on blending, dictation, word awareness, high frequency words, reading connected text, and building vocabulary and background knowledge. So I wanted to highlight a couple really important ones that I believe set phonics instruction apart under science and evidence-based practices. And the first one is that it is explicit and it is systematic. So when we think of the word explicit, it means we start the lesson by telling the students what we want them to know. We directly state it. Boys and girls, the sound is represented with the letter S. First graders, this week we're working with the A sound, and we are working with how it is represented with an AI. We tell them what we want them to know, not asking, what are we learning this week? And then often, hearing crickets, or then there's a guessing game. We explicitly tell them what we want them to know in a familiar way every time we introduce this concept. And that it is systematic. There's a structure and a sequence to every day, how we work and how we work through these skills in our classroom. It follows, it goes from simple to more complex skills. There's a structure to the lesson of how we introduce, how we practice, and how we apply those skills in our books and in our writing. And then really honing in on the building vocabulary and background knowledge. We don't often think of vocabulary and background knowledge as having a strong correlation to phonics instruction, but it is a huge piece to helping students put that together. If I have read the word cat, if I have worked really hard to segment those sounds and say cat, but I have never seen a cat, never read about a cat, never heard of one, then there's still just a bunch of sounds to me. So really building that vocabulary and background knowledge so that when students are reading the words, they immediately have some background to connect it to. And that's what's going to kind of ingrain that word and those sounds into their memory. So that's a huge piece as well. I know that we are specifically focusing on reading today, but it is also very important that we cannot forget writing in this context. So this, what research says about writing instruction comes to us from an additional Institute of Educational Sciences Educator Practice Guide on teaching writing in elementary schools. So just providing that daily time for students to write, teaching them to write for a variety of purposes and specific, go through that process, teaching students to become fluent with handwriting, spelling, sentence construction, typing, and word processing, and creating that engaged community of writers. And I wanted to touch on number 3 quickly. Most of these probably speak for themselves, but number 3, really teaching students to become fluent with handwriting, spelling, and sentence construction, and typing, and word processing. When we are You've probably seen an early learner in your life that will scribble, and they will tell you the longest story that you've ever heard with so many details. And we know as students get into elementary school and begin to represent their thoughts through print, if they do not have that fluency with forming their letters, then they begin to change what they want to say. So it is important that as we're introducing letters to students and these patterns of letters, that students do have that explicit instruction in handwriting, because it really connects how it's formed, how it sounds, and how it looks in their brain to create that fluent writer. So it doesn't change what they want to say. And the same goes for typing and word processing as well. Probably the most influential piece of work around teaching reading in our nation is the National Reading Panel report that was published in 2000. The panel was established by the U.S. Congress to really explore how to teach reading across our nation. And we know out of that report came 5 focus areas of instruction around literacy: phonemic awareness, phonological awareness, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. And as stated in the A Nation of Readers report, growing research throughout the years has really established the not only importance of these, but how interdependent they are on one another, and how they depend on one another to kind of make each other successful. Much like building vocabulary, really phonics really depends on that vocabulary background as well. This chart is separated into those, they're commonly known as the 5 pillars. Those 5 focus areas are commonly known as the 5 pillars of reading in the standards of learning, or the 5 pillars, excuse me. And this chart really shares where the 2017 English Standards of Learning in Virginia fall into those 5 pillars, which one they most closely align with, just to show you how those do echo in our standards. This visual that I will share on your screen is called the simple view of reading. And it is a math problem. So for all of you mathematical thinkers out there, hopefully this will help to illustrate the point. But you do see we have in the orangish yellowish box decoding, which really means reading unknown words. There's also the reciprocal process that's encoding, which means learning to write and spell unknown words. We have language comprehension, which really embodies listening comprehension, vocabulary, the oral language, the sentence structure, all of those things that we know support that decoding. And then at the end, reading comprehension. So it's very intentional that this is a multiplication problem and not an addition equation. For the purpose of, if it was addition and we were missing one of those components, we could potentially still have a sum at the end. But we know it is multiplication. So what if one of those products is missing, then we will not get that firm reading comprehension at the end. So hopefully this just illustrates how dependent each of these components of instruction are on one another. Now we want to expand the simple view. Even we know there's nothing simple about teaching reading, but just to expand the simple view a little bit and share another model that illustrates this point. This is called Hollis Scarborough's reading rope. She is a psychologist and literacy researcher, but you can really see, as Jill shared, our theme of ropes today, but you really see those two large concepts that we've shared before, language comprehension and word recognition, with their underlying components underneath as far as background knowledge, vocabulary, and then phonological awareness, decoding, all of those underlying skills. And you can see as the threads begin to weave together under word recognition, as all of those skills begin to come together, this is what creates a fluent reader. They're gaining more accuracy and automaticity in their reading. And then as those threads of language comprehension begin to weave together, students become more strategic in the use of their language and their comprehension with text. And then those two sides weave together to hopefully create that skilled reading. So now I'll do an overlay of the simple view with the reading rope just to show you how those align. So to sum up this section of our presentation today, just to share some key practices that demonstrate research and evidence-based instruction. So if you were to walk into a classroom that are aligning their practices to this research, these are some of the things that you would see. So direct instruction of decoding, encoding, comprehension, and a wide reading of literature to really, as we stated before, build that background, build those language skills, and teach students to effectively read unknown words and write and spell unknown words. Having that specific focus on phoneme awareness, so those individual sounds and words, as well as its connection to reading unknown words and writing unknown words. Systematic and explicit and intentional instruction on the spoken and written form of the English language, moving on up from sounds to bigger parts of words to words themselves. And then in direct and incidental vocabulary instruction, using text to explore word meanings, really pulling groups of words from the text that students will read to provide that context around those words for students. And then emphasis and intention on building background knowledge and listening comprehension through text, multimedia, and other print resources. This could look like in Virginia, if I am studying contributions of Virginians, I might need to have some background on the word contribution. So we would read a lot of text around what a contribution is. We might keep a class list of the different contributions that we've seen in our school, in our classroom, in our community. Lots of different ways to build that background to make that vocabulary stick. So as Jill mentioned, we do support K through 12 instruction in Virginia. So we did want to touch on what instructional practices look like beyond some of these early foundational skills. As Jill mentioned before, the 2017 English Standards of Learning have 4 strands: communication, multimodal literacies, reading, writing, and research. And these do really work together to create those readers, writers, thinkers, communicators that we hope to create in Virginia. So we do have a visual to illustrate what this looks like. We've used this a lot with the educators that we've talked to and worked with in the past, in the most recent year. Really to share, you can see each strand is color-coded there in its own box. Reading is red, writing is green, and so on. And then these bubbles that are also color-coded to their correlating strand. And they have kind of floated off to match with another strand to really show how our strands integrated, to really show how comprehensive literacy is built to create communicators and critical thinkers. So one example might be in grades 3 through 5, you can see there's a little bubble that talks about synthesizing information through print, oral resources, multimedia, and it's stuck to the reading strand. To really share, in fourth grade, students are just beginning to analyze paired text. So this is a natural integration of where research would integrate with reading, because students will just be beginning to have those conversations across more than one text. And then they can do this through the research that they're doing in their classroom. I am going to share with my colleague, Colleen Cassida, and she is going to take us from early literacy and beyond into adolescent literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Good afternoon, President Gecker, Superintendent Balo, and Board. I am going to, as I said, I'm Colleen Cassida. I'm the middle school specialist here at the department. And I'm just going to briefly share with you and discuss the connection. There we go. The connection between a strong foundation of early literacy and adolescent literacy development, focusing on how in Virginia we incorporate that vertical articulation in literacy throughout K-12 instruction. I will say, for additional information on how we address this continuum, I will refer you to the index section of our report on page 38. Again, they're not numbered, but in the index section under guiding resources for VDOE. And this is where you can find the link to the Institute of Education Sciences practice guide. It's also a practice guide like Carmen mentioned, but this is particular to effective classrooms and intervention practices for adolescents. So as Carmen mentioned in her overview of the science of reading, and then Jill addressed in the progression of the Virginia standards, students must have opportunities throughout early literacy to develop all aspects of comprehension. And you will see some of the components that were discussed already echoed in adolescent literacy instruction. This is something also that Derek Steiner talks about in his work from Johns Hopkins University regarding K-12, the K-12 continuum and its connection to the science of reading. So as students progress from early childhood to adolescence, literacy skills become more complex, and they require the application of all the skills that students have acquired throughout development. So the National Council of Teachers of English published a research report in 2018 in an effort to acknowledge those complexities of reading as an ongoing and developmental process beyond just the elementary level. These 4 components here of the research, they outline or define those complexities that emerge during adolescence. And so we're just going to talk about this briefly so there's some context and where we see that early literacy foundation come forward. So when we talk about disciplinary literacy instruction, academic reading requires special reading strategies to access complex text. And this is something that happens as students progress into those 6 through 12 grades. So teachers then have to model how students to show students how to read within different academic disciplines. And then when authors write, as we know, for different audiences and purposes, their structures and styles change. And so it's important for the content area teachers to model for students how to read and analyze text written for different content purposes. So that's really important. Technology, as we know, this second bullet, and social media, if anyone has any relationship of any kind with a teenager, we know has drastically changed the definition of literacy in the last few decades. So text now comes in such a variety of forms, and teachers now have to show students how to interact with all of these forms, to include bias, validity, credibility, and also how to put different text together to strengthen an argument or point of their own. So we see this in our Virginia standards in K-12 to help build these skills as students learn to read and then become readers to learn new knowledge. So adolescent readers need sustained experiences with diverse text in a variety of genres and structures. And this is something that Louisa Moats talks about in her work on the science of reading, that students need to be exposed to a variety of genres at an early age, and these texts should be introduced using systematic, explicit, and engaging evidence-based strategies. Because as students are exposed to different styles of writing, and then they begin to grow as readers, we want to provide them with opportunities where they have choice and voice in independent reading and in class reading to increase that motivation and engagement in text. So this final point here is what the research here means by multicultural literacy is the seeing, the thinking, the reading, the writing, and the listening and discussing in ways that critically confront and bridge those social, cultural, and personal differences. Because this is the level of complexity in literacy that students will be faced with, which is why the K-12 standards include the support from the other strands to develop reading comprehension skills that will help them attain the level of analysis and synthesis that are needed to be literate adults. So that's really important when we think about this continuum. Okay, so this next slide here is just, it's talking about part of the research and provides evidence-based practices that truly get at the heart of what good readers should be able to do. And these practices are essential in connecting the science of reading in K-5 to what happens when students have to adapt new contexts throughout their literacy development. So readers have to be able to think about their thinking. And that research shows us that once students shift to reading for knowledge, they have to be able to synthesize and determine which strategies will help them engage and tackle a piece of text, whatever that text may be. And that's something that Carmen and Jill have both talked about, both in the broader sense of science of reading, but also in our K-12 continuum here in Virginia. So as we think about the progression of our skills in K-12, we have to build those opportunities in, starting before the switch from learning to read and moving to reading to learn. To be successful community members, students need the space and the time to learn how to recognize all of these components of bias, credible sources, and how to determine when to believe what they read. So this also is accompanied with text structure. It goes hand in hand with writing instruction. And again, writing instruction impacts our reading comprehension, as Carmen mentioned, and we have seen in our standards. So this final little set of the overview here of the connection between K-5 and early literacy moving into adolescent literacy, we see here that Dr. Darling Hammond's research suggests that students have to understand that bigger picture of why they read and how they consume knowledge, understanding why they use certain strategies to support their understanding. So again, thinking about our continuum and just the continuum in K-12 literacy, how we get our students to reach this level of literacy and become those independent thinkers, it starts at the beginning with teaching those foundational skills through evidence-based practices, explicit and systematic practices as well. And I just want to say, as the kind of the link between early literacy and moving forward, we look forward to the opportunity to continue this work on the science of reading throughout K-12 as we develop our resources here in the Commonwealth. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sam Hollins, who will share some of this work and information on science of reading.
Thank you guys so much. It's lovely to be with you this afternoon to talk with a topic that's very close to our heart. Now, I know I'm going to share perspective from special education, but I really want you to view this with an open mind. Much of the work that special education has provided has really supported not only special education teachers, but our general education colleagues, and really given them a deeper understanding of what reading instruction can look like. In special education, we're taught from a variety of perspectives to embrace explicit instruction. And in the case of reading, explicit instruction is very helpful. You saw a little bit of background to that previously. We have the mantra that explicit instruction is good for all and harmful for none. And so it really is a core tenet of the practice that we use, not only to help educators become more prepared, but in really thinking about how we structure professional development opportunities. So that cornerstone of our literacy instruction is really embraced in the new Literacy Act we heard about earlier. 82,000 students were below benchmark, indicating an increase of just over 36,000 students, which is a significant increase from our pre-COVID results of spring 2019. This number is far above the approximately 55,000 identified students with a learning disability. This is not a special education problem. This is an education problem, and one that we're seeking to address through a lot of the work that we've done over the past number of years if we focused on a science of reading. Now, I know this slide is busy, but I really urge you to read a little bit more about some of the initiatives we've put in place, particularly with the gains we've been able to make in working with colleagues, boots on the ground, out there teaching our students and coaching our teachers. We've continued to partner with higher ed institutions to meet outside beginning in 2020. Subsequent to that meeting, we've had 2 literacy summits and a third is in the planning stage. We're well aware of that collaboration that needs to happen with our higher ed partners. And we really work closely with some great colleagues across the state. We heard mention of Dr. Emily Solari. We work very closely in special ed with Mary So out of William & Mary University. There are folks out there in the higher ed community that are eager to embrace this work. And so how can we help to develop this conversation among their colleagues and really further the planning that we're able to do? It's possible for us to think about the folks that we've trained here include general education and special education teachers, as well as reading specialists. They have not only participated in this professional development that we've offered across things like multisensory literacy instruction, letters, Orton Gillingham endorsed framework, but these folks have embraced this as a way of teaching and creating and replicating this practice in the field. And so as we think about a willing army of implementers for this work, we already have boots on the ground started. And I think we talk about some of these positions like our regional literacy coach positions. We see the value of folks that are already out there doing this work. And I'd like to put a special plug in to the special education endorsed teachers who are also reading specialists. They bring a unique lens, and we really see bang for our buck when we talk about those practitioners in detail. One of the things that I've learned over my 18 years in special education is that it's great to talk about research. It's wonderful to talk about legislation, but you know what's really great to talk about is how we implement it in classrooms day in and day out. High quality research focuses on the importance of going beyond education, training, and professional development and into implementation. Translating these findings into classroom-based practices is our ultimate goal and responsibility. I had the pleasure of meeting with special education advocacy organizations on a quarterly basis, hearing directly from parents of students with dyslexia about the challenges that they're having in early education and through K-12. We work really closely with some of Dr. Solari's colleagues, and one of them in Massachusetts talks about the need to move from a reactive model to a proactive model, where we are trying to find the people who will most likely develop problems and help them before they struggle so much. And nowhere is this more important than talking about our early learners and a focus on reading, because we know what the long-term impacts are if we don't get kids quality reading instruction at a young age. It was really great to hear from the 2 state superintendents today, because we've taken that work in the report from CCSO and have worked with higher ed as well as a partnership with the Scaling Up Evidence-Based Practices Centers to really think about now in special ed. We spent a lot of time over the last few years training up these folks, cranking out good resources. What are we doing to actually build capacity in school divisions? And so we're working with a team of providers to build an implementation framework, working in partnership with our school divisions through multi-tiered systems of support. We have a collaboration of the willing there. Let's focus when they've identified reading as an area that they want to learn more about and get better at. How can we bring all of this together so that we're seeing that implementation happen at the classroom level? And so, I'm going to tee up Jenna here. Jenna and I will tell you in our work that it takes time to affect that systemic change, and we are really willing to join in this work with our colleagues. I really appreciate Delegate Coyner's presentation. She mentioned the focus that she had in this language, and over time, we see that terms shift and change, right? More research happens, we know better what to do, we can do better. Instead of being so tied to terms, let's think about the more that time passes and research develops, the better we can get at applying this practice in the field. Jenna?
Excellent. Good afternoon. Jenna Conway, Deputy Superintendent for Early Childhood Care and Education. I am so excited to hear all of the conversation about early childhood and the important role that it plays in building the foundation for early literacy from Mississippi as well as across the country. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about how the work over the last few years has laid that foundation. And so Virginia, thanks in large part to the leadership of this board, in addition to delegates like Delegate Coyner, is in a really good place to kind of bring these strands together and provide more opportunity to our littlest learners. So many of the things in the materials you received, wanted you to know that there are explicit sections on early childhood, and we have been thinking about how the 5 key skills articulated there also relate to early childhood, right? Looks different, more playful, I would say, in a word, in the early childhood space, but thinking about how we're intentional with early literacy is critical. If you think about how many of those words, and you heard Carmen talk about even babbling, how that all lays your foundation for learning to read. I also wanted to talk about kind of connect the dots for you on some of these other efforts, some of the other things you heard in Dr. Wright's discussion of the law and what has happened in Mississippi when we heard from Leslie and Delegate Coiner about these pieces in place. Some of these are in place in early childhood. In fact, we had the opportunity to work with Delegate Coiner as well as colleagues at the UVA and other institutes of higher education when they were planning this last year. And we were able to say some of these things are already underway thanks to the legislation from 2020 and early childhood, right? So creating this expectation that we've got a uniform measurement and improvement system, a key piece. We have, sort of building off PALS, the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, which looks at the beginning and end of kindergarten, and now we're expanding for 4-year-olds, so the beginning and end of pre-K, and we're starting to step into 3-year-olds, sort of slowly and thoughtfully. But that gives us kind of a key indicator on literacy at a broader scale. We, with working very closely with this board, redid our early learning and development standards, of which early literacy, thinking all the way back to birth. So you have infancy, toddlers, preschool, later preschool, laying out what those explicit skills look like. When we heard Dr. Wright talk about the rigor, and I think we had really good engagement with this board, in particular with Dr. Mann, about kind of getting that right, because we understood that that laid the foundation, again, across our incredible array of programs. And we're not just talking about pre-K and schools. When you think about the chart that Dr. Wright showed, right, with all of the different colored pencils, one of the awesome things in Virginia is now this board and the Department of Education get to influence all of those: family childcare, Head Start, childcare, faith-based childcare, early childhood special education, and school-based pre-K, anything that's publicly funded. And then lastly, VQB5 and LinkB5. And I know that there are so many acronyms and illustrations this afternoon, but just give me a moment to kind of explain how this also fits in. The law enables us to get into every classroom and to get an understanding of what is going on, right? That's the measurement and improvement system. We'll be coming back to you all next month with plans for practice year 2, but a big part of that is supporting the use of curriculum across all of these classrooms, right? And really being intentional about what choices there are, doing a curriculum approval process, making sure that those curriculum materials are aligned with expectations for early literacy, these kind of standards that we want to see, and then supporting folks to actually use them. We can talk all we want to do about kind of having great curriculum, but as from our LinkB5 data, if we know that 60% of family childcare is not using any curriculum, it doesn't matter if you have a whole bunch of approved curriculum, right? The big lift right there is supporting those incredible educators to use those materials. And so by having this framework and this expectation that if you take a public dollar, we are going to work with you, support your leaders, support your educators, to be a part of this system. And then thinking about how we align those individualized supports, it really provides the pathway into every single infant, toddler, preschool, mixed age classroom across all of these settings that take public dollars to make sure that we are supporting our educators to do this work. And we too fund a lot of our direct professional development for childcare. It doesn't have the school division to provide that. So we provide an extensive amount of professional development for childcare and for our family day homes. And we're constantly thinking about how we align that to these new expectations and how we're through LinkB5 measuring kind of how kids are growing, affiliated down to the classroom level, and these various elements. So I just wanted to kind of connect those dots, and that we feel that this effort is very well aligned with Delegate Coiner's efforts, and that we are committed to working with our K-12 counterparts as well as with special education to make sure that we're bringing early childhood along as we're supporting these efforts in K-3. And then this is just, if you wanted to get into more of the detail, these are the kind of, in our language, the early childhood language, how we think about language, phonological awareness, print knowledge, decoding, and early writing, right? And so it looks slightly different, but you'll notice the same core things that we heard nationally are important when you think about providing a good foundation for early literacy. And then this is just a couple of more key findings in terms of, and again, we'll talk more next month about what we're expecting for all 9,000 of our publicly funded classrooms, but noting that we don't, while we do evaluate kids, we absolutely refuse to put any high stakes testing for young children. That would be completely inappropriate. We instead, as you'll remember, we look at these teacher-child interactions, but there is extensive evidence that shows that in classrooms where they have high quality teacher-child interactions, children do learn more, including in the area of really early literacy. And I say this because I think this is really important. We never want to have in the Commonwealth a situation where we're inadvertently trying to roll back second grade type literacy instruction onto 2-year-olds. It will not work, right? Because the developmental age of the children, young children learn in the context of warm and responsive relationships. They learn through play. If you tried to get a bunch of 2-year-olds to sit there and you were to do sort of explicit phonics instruction, you would probably not work, right? It doesn't mean that we're not thinking about phonics, but we have to do it differently, use the evidence basis, use tools that we know have a positive effect on positive outcomes, and figure out how we sort of ensure a seamless trajectory from early childhood through early elementary, but do it in a way that's age appropriate for the children that we're serving. And then lastly, this is just, again, letting you know that we are well underway, and we'll talk more about this next month, to support the use of high quality curriculum across all of our early childhood settings, including a new development, which is an open educational resource that will be available for our programs that cannot otherwise afford curriculum. So thinking about how in K-12, we'll have a review process as called forth by the law to make sure that we've got alignment. You can rest assured that we're doing that same work in early childhood to make sure there's alignment, and noting that one of the biggest gaps that we'll have to solve for is folks that are not using anything. We've thought about that, and we'll be partnering with an institution of higher education, University of Virginia, to make sure that there's a resource. It will always be a choice, right? Similar to kind of K-12 in terms of making sure that programs or divisions can choose the curriculum, choose the instructional materials, but seeing our role as the state education agency to make sure that we have a thorough vetting process. And again, for those programs that need additional support, making it free or low cost and supporting them to be able to use it over a multi-year time period. With that, I will turn it back to my K-12 colleagues.
The next portion of the presentation will be to just share some initiatives and literacy supports around reading in the Commonwealth as far as initiatives go and reading professionals. The first one being the Early Intervention Reading Initiative. There's a full timeline of the Early Intervention Reading Initiative in your report beginning on page 16, but just to highlight a few of the points pertaining to that. This began in 1997 through the Virginia Acts of Assembly to reduce the number of kindergarten and first graders who were showing reading problems through early diagnosis and intervention. And then in the year 2000, to expand the number of students that this would cover. And that was also the year that the Virginia Department of Education began to partner with the University of Virginia to be able to provide the state provided PALS screener, the Phonological Awareness Literacy Screener. Across the years, there has been some evolution to expand funding, expand the grade levels that were covered under the Early Intervention Reading Initiative. And then last year in 2021, House Bill 1865 began to incorporate some of these science-based practices into the Early Intervention Reading Initiative by adding that these interventions had to be explicit, systematic, and grounded in the science of reading. And then we all are here today to talk about what happened in 2022. I will let Colleen share a little bit more about literacy professionals and the people supporting this work.
Okay, so and just to give some context, as recent reading specialists and instructional leaders in the field, I will say that we know the value of what these literacy professionals bring to the table in terms of supports for our students. So what I'm going to talk about briefly is just the context of what we currently have as endorsements for in Virginia, and then just kind of clarify the difference between reading specialist and literacy coaches and what national research kind of how they kind of define it. But also I do want to say that in our report, we also reference Mississippi's criteria that they developed. It really is very solid. And there are links there so that you can reference that to see how it was kind of developed at their in their state as well. So as you can see here, currently in Virginia, the certification and endorsement as a reading specialist requires a completion of a master's program, or if a master's program has already been completed, then specific coursework at a graduate level is required, and culminating in a certificate. There is not currently an endorsement for literacy coaching in Virginia at this time. So just for clarity, although some roles overlap and the responsibilities overlap, but there are specific and meaningful distinctions among the reading and literacy specialists, the literacy coach. The main distinction, and I think Dr. Wright did a very succinct job of explaining this, but being that the reading specialists work directly with students, and coaches work with the teachers is more of how those definitions are defined on a national, how they're panned out through the nation. And so this distinction, though, does support that necessary coursework and reading development that would be required for both of those roles. And so, research has clarified that by determining which will best assist schools and district leaders to determine which roles are needed in specific schools. So if you see there some of the links that we have for you in our report, they kind of go back and discuss. It's very much at the moment based on what a school needs. Is it more of a program level, meaning looking at what we can do at the bigger picture, or what do we do for our students who are needing our most interventions? And so reading specialists currently predominantly work with students who are experiencing difficulties with reading and writing, and they might provide some resources and ideas about assessment and instruction. They might model lessons. They might solve problems with teachers or facilitate group discussions. Response to intervention initiatives has had a great influence on the ways that the reading and literacy specialists support teachers and readers and writers experiencing difficulty at the early level. And so then the role of literacy coaching is to work with teachers and to facilitate improvement at the school level, like we talked about, through program development. But it isn't uncommon for literacy coaches to work with individual teachers to improve those classroom instructions. And their responsibilities might also include serving as a resource to teachers or leading teachers through observation feedback cycles and things of that nature. So we just wanted to provide you with some of that context regarding the two predominant roles that support literacy instruction. And again, there are some great resources that we've embedded in our report. And I'm going to turn it back over to Jill, I believe.
I just wanted to take a quick high-level overview of some data that's available at the end of your report and also in this presentation, but just kind of give you an idea of where we are looking at PALS data and our SOL data. So this is data that is brought to us from the PALS office, and it is available from their report examining the impact of COVID-19 on the identification of at-risk students fall 2021 literacy screening findings. And so you can actually download this report and, get into many more details. And if we had our PALS colleagues with us today, they could certainly provide additional details as well. But just to give you some key findings, their key takeaways that the researchers at UVA shared with us. Key takeaway number one is that PALS data from spring 2021 show that significantly more students ended the school year at high risk for reading difficulties as compared with spring 2019. Key takeaway number 2 is that when the literacy data are examined by subgroup, example, demographic variables, economic status, there are indications that students who are Black, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, and language learners were disproportionately identified at being high risk for reading difficulties. The at-risk proportions within these subgroups were higher than the statewide rate across K2. Historically, on PAL screenings, a large proportion of students with disabilities also have an elevated risk for reading difficulties. The 2021 spring data suggests that a large number of students with disabilities are at risk for reading difficulties. And key takeaway number 3, the remote administration option for PALS was an important tool for creating visibility of the early reading risk of all students enrolled in public school, and particularly for Asian, Black, Hispanic, and English language students. Overall, 29% of kindergarten assessments, 35% of first grade assessments, and 37% of second grade assessments were administered remotely. And then just to give you some more context, this is kind of showing you where it's broken down. The first one was just kind of a general overview, and then this is breaking it down by grade level. So if you want to kind of see that with our subgroups kind of pulled out for you. And then this is just another way to look at it. But the culminating conversation is kind of around the data, and that it indicates that many more students and a higher proportion of students ended the 2020-2021 school year at a higher risk for reading difficulties as compared with students in pre-COVID 2019. Now switching over to our standards of learning reading assessments, and I do have some colleagues here from the assessment office if they would like to add anything. But just kind of wanted to show you, this is a very broad overview. This is a decade of SOL student performance here, and it highlights the important dates of the last 10 years. What you can see here is in 2010, what you see here is for the 2012-2013 school year, that first yellow arrow shows when the 2010 standards of learning were assessed for the first time, and when we added technology enhanced items for the first time. So those kind of interactive assessment items were added there. In switching back and forth between Google Slides and PowerPoint and Google Slides, our next arrow moved over, it jumped over a little bit, but that second arrow really should be on the 2016-2017 year, where computer adaptive testing was introduced for the first time in grades 3 through 5. And then as you can see, we have a year that is skipped because there was no end of year assessment in the 2019-2020 school year. But the 2017 standards were assessed for the first time in this last year in 2020-2021. But it is important to note that it was a very limited population that participated in the assessment last spring. So in all reality, the results of this year's 21-22 SOL assessments will really provide us with the most accurate baseline information to look at assessment moving forward. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see here we did lump 6 through 8 and end of course. So you can see all of secondary there. And you can see when technology enhanced items were addressed, and then when computer adaptive testing was also included. It was later. So computer adaptive testing was used for the first time in grade 8 in fall of 2017, and then for grades 6 and 7 of spring of 2018. So just to kind of show you some data over time, and this is if we were looking at K-12, well, really 3 through end of course, if we were looking by student group as to when the different standards were assessed and what our assessment data looks like. And then looking at our 2019 NAEP data, I know you've all seen this before, but please know when we're looking at our grade 4 and grade 8 proficiency, proficiency on these tests is defined as solid academic performance over challenging subject matter, including subject matter knowledge, application of such knowledge to real world situations, and analytical skills appropriate to the subject matter. And while we remain above the national average, we do realize we have some work to do. And you can see that here, both in grade 4 and in grade 8. So we do want to talk and just kind of switch over to some ongoing supports and what we have done since the 2019 NAEP scores came out, as that was kind of a very big eye-opener for Virginia. And I do know that in your reports, we actually have really fun timelines included. The font shows up so small here that we didn't include them in this presentation, and Google Slides only lets you have 6 events, and we've certainly done more than that. So we wanted to make sure that we highlighted these here. So, excuse me, sorry about that. So thinking about the NAEP scores coming out, we did receive that information, and Virginia was one of the 17 states that saw declines in performance in 4th grade reading, and one of 31 states to see declines in grade 8. And so we jumped into action, to be honest. In October of 2019, a 7-page superintendent's memo was released from the department that shared with divisions information and resources to support and align work with the 2017 English Standards of Learning. We also hosted a series of SOL conferences across the state that featured K2 sessions for the first time. Elementary school teachers have always been invited to professional development that is offered by the State Department. However, when you consider substitutes and people missing work and all of that, it was quite typical that our elementary school principals often sent their grades 3 through 5 teachers because a lot of the work was aligned with assessment. However, we brought out and highlighted those K2 sessions for the first time. We brought in the PALS office from UVA to work with teachers and show them how to access the reports and how those reports could inform instruction and provide them with some eye-opening information and material that could support their classroom instruction. We also partnered with VCU and the University of Richmond to provide K2 just professional development and instruction on K2 reading and writing and what that looks like in the classroom. In January 2020, right before everything kind of changed in Virginia, we did attend CCSSO's National Summit on Literacy, where we heard from many national level experts about different levers that state departments could take and actionable steps that we could bring back to Virginia to try to influence this work around early literacy. As a result of that work, we immediately kind of kicked it into high gear and hosted a comprehensive literacy webinar series where in the months of January and February, we hosted 22 webinars covering 11 topics where we worked and collaborated with institutes of higher education, school divisions, the Office of Assessment, Special Education, English language instruction, all around different supports for literacy instruction to provide that information to the field. Then in esteemed fashion, our agency leadership decided to host a literacy summit for Virginia, and we gathered in Charlottesville in February of 2020, where we brought in, again, national experts. We brought in UVA to talk about early literacy. We brought in members of the department of different offices within assessment, English language learner instruction, special education, early childhood, just to provide direct professional development and conversation around early literacy with division superintendents or the designees that they sent. In the summer of 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, we did work with assessment to collaborate as a state and provide feedback to NAEP on the new NAEP reading framework that will kind of look at assessment moving forward so that Virginia could align its practices and provide that public comment, but also have a strong idea of how NAEP is moving forward. And then in fall of 2020, we hosted a comprehensive literacy webinar series, again, another one, and then an assessment supports webinar series where we worked with a variety of different partners to kind of address what learning might look like if we're talking about best literacy practices for learning in place or for hybrid instruction, and how we could maximize literacy instruction no matter what kind of situation we found ourselves in. And then we collaborated with the assessment office to offer a series of supports for supporting instruction leading up to that new SOL assessment, because the assessment would cover the 2017 standards for the first time. And we wanted to make sure that our teachers were prepared and that the instruction was matching and was aligned with our work. In spring of 2021, we worked to create what we call professional development on demand. We have a page created where we have put together basically bundles and English professional development packages for school divisions to use. We were really trying to support school divisions in this effort as they were exploring what they could do, maybe instead of a faculty meeting, maybe instead of a PLC, where they could gather and just kind of converse and talk about different topics. So if you were to check out that English professional development page, you would find over 20 topics where we have webinars, instructional plans, PowerPoints, research, whatever the case may be around different topics, whether that's how to use PALS reports, early literacy, hybrid instruction, interdisciplinary literacy, performance assessments for high schools, whatever the case may be. We have those bundles there to support conversations and networking around the state. And then, because we like to challenge ourselves even more, in August, we hosted 8 nights in a row of English SOL conferences that were K-12, where we featured specific K-2 events, again, bringing in experts to talk about phonological and phonemic awareness, having school divisions where they were seeing gains and improved instruction come in and share what they were doing. We hosted everything from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade for those 8 nights. And then we hosted an inaugural family literacy night where we really tested the Virginia Department of Education's YouTube capabilities. And we streamed 3 different channels of 3 different channels going on, hosting 9 different sessions that parents could kind of join in via Zoom or just going to the department's YouTube. And we worked with our early literacy, our Department of Early Literacy. We worked with our Friends in Student Assessment. We collaborated with the Virginia State Literacy Association, the Virginia Association for Teachers of English, our dyslexia specialist here at the department, different colleagues from around the state, and just tried to connect and bring in parents to converse around literacy and what they could be doing at home to support their youngest learners. And then in the fall of 2021, as we started to implement those student growth measures, we did collaborate with the assessment staff again to explore how you might utilize the data that you are obtaining from those student growth measures, but also anecdotal data, formative data, summative data, whatever data you have at your disposal within your school to maximize literacy instruction this year, and how you might support your students moving forward with whatever data you had. And then, obviously there's a lot around this bill. There's a lot of work to be done. We're really excited about the work, but, we are going to work, to continue our professional development, to bring in more people in whatever way that we can. We will be supporting the PALS 2.0, which Carmen is also going to be talking about kind of what that looks like. So you have a quick overview of that. And then while I do know that micro-credentialing is certainly part of the bill, we have also been exploring some additional micro-credentialing separate of this, but if it can marry together, that would be amazing. But we wanted to look at not only early literacy micro-credentialing, but what does that look like for adolescent literacy? And what does that look like for literacy leaders? How are we literacy leaders, whether that's for literacy coaches, reading specialists, building leaders, administrators, whatever the case may be, if we can work out that funding and see if we can provide some additional micro-credentialing and professional development for teachers. And I'm just going to have Carmen come up really quickly and just kind of give you the big revision to PALS so that you understand how the revisions to the state screener will align with all of this work as well.
This will be a very high-level overview of the revisions that are happening with the Phonological Awareness Literacy Screener. This is the state-provided early literacy screener. They are undergoing currently, as we speak, some big revisions to the screener, and some of those are to bring PALS Pre-K, PALS Kindergarten, and PALS 1 through 3 into alignment with the research of the science of reading. So they're adding tasks that align with the science and evidence-based research that we've been talking about today, such as adding language-based tasks, as we discussed, revising some of their existing tasks, and including a revision to their PALS Espanol assessment. So that will be available for students perhaps in those dual language classrooms where we want to assess their literacy abilities in English, also in Spanish. They are expanding downward to 3-year-olds to really provide a vertical picture of what a student's literacy development looks like from when they're 3 all the way up until 2nd and 3rd grade. And then adding vertical alignment across the board from those 3-year-olds all the way up until possibly the beginning of 3rd grade. As it currently stands, the PALS Pre-K, PALS K, and PALS 1 through 3, some of those tasks are very different, and it is hard to see some of that vertical alignment. So this will allow that to happen, to see growth over time. Piloting for this began in fall 2021, and it is expected to be full implementation in classrooms by fall 2024. So this is just kind of a model to show what that vertical development looks like and how we can look at students across time. So in 3 and 4-year-olds, looking at those print concepts, alphabet knowledge, phonological awareness, rapid automatized naming, emergent writing, oral language. And then in kindergarten, looking at that, adding that decoding and encoding piece, vocabulary and language, and same with PALS 1st through 3rd grade. So that is a high-level overview, and if you have any additional questions, we can certainly reach out to our colleagues at the PALS office to get more information on that. So I believe Jill is going to close us out.
Yeah, so we just want to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak with you. Maybe I went too far. As teachers of literacy and literature, you know that we love a good theme and a good metaphor and a good symbol. So much like the reading rope, where all the components work together to make skilled and create skilled readers, we see each of our roles here as essential to strengthening literacy here in the Commonwealth. So we just want to thank you for your time. We know this is a very expansive topic and your heads are probably swimming, but we will welcome any questions you may have at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Are there any questions at this time? Yes, Dr. Mann.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a quick question, just curious about what the current capacity of reading specialists are across the Commonwealth. There's a lot of data that's been presented around children, and I think I heard in one of the earlier presentations that it is currently discretionary for districts to actually engage reading specialists. And I am really curious to just appreciate what we know about the current capacity of reading specialists, given the import of their role in this effort.
Absolutely. And the data that we included in your report that talks about the total number of reading specialists here in Virginia, this is based on what's available in IPALS. So we don't know if there is another way that these reading specialists could be coded, which might change the numbers that are here. But if you were to look at this, there are just, several hundred within our 8 superintendents regions that are included as being utilized as reading specialists in their schools now. That does not mean that we don't have more licensed people who are are serving their community in another way.
Yeah, I was curious about the license number, just because of the ratio of, 1 to, 550 or something like that. I can remember the number, but.
Yeah, I can certainly look into that. I can pull that from teacher licensure. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it so much. Just a little bit, not necessarily a question, just a little bit of what Delegate Coiner called cleanup, and that is with regard to the word or the term specialist, reading specialist. And I love how you clarified at the national level, this is the difference between a specialist and a coach. In Virginia, the term reading specialist in the Literacy Act really is what you defined as a coach. So it is a person within a school who has a leadership position, kind of a master reading teacher who works primarily with data and with teachers on professional development. So there's no bit of professional development that's kind of sit and get and then go back to your classroom and hope you do it the best that you can, or incorporate what you learned. The reading specialist, by virtue of the Virginia Literacy Act, is that coach who continues to support teachers inside of the school. And the goal is to make sure that all elementary teachers are reading specialists and are equipped with the skills that they need to provide appropriate interventions for all tiers of readers. And really nationally, we throw around terms facilitator, coach, and specialist, and we use them interchangeably. And yet at the state and the national level, there are distinctions among them. So I just wanted to put that out. And then, just on behalf of VDOE, we're still unpacking the legislation, frankly. Nothing is done until it's done. And 1 month ago, we were reporting really great news about the progress of the Literacy Act. And today it's better news because it's passed for all intents and purposes. But I just want you to know that as we reprioritize our agency, frankly, and our work around the Literacy Act, you'll be hearing us talk more and more about how we've streamlined these efforts with the Literacy Act and how we've streamlined a lot of the work in the agency that may not seem like it's literacy per se, but is indirectly related, and how we've reprioritized that to our literacy, the Literacy Act and our work at the SEA. So I just wanted to lay those two things out there, and thank you. You did a great job.
Can I ask one quick question, which may show my lack of understanding of some of this area? Okay. As we implement the terms of the Virginia Literacy Act, what changes in the classroom, and what percentage of classrooms do we expect to see change in? In other words, I know we're moving to science-based theories of reading, right? Certainly a percentage of our teachers are already doing this. What do we expect to see change? I mean, it's not it really is a serious question, because if you look at the Mississippi experience, 8 years in, they're still climbing, right? So we're talking about a fairly gradual generational shift here in terms of school kids. What do we expect to see?
It's for me.
Anybody want to take this, or should I
That's
just
fine.
put it for the
Fine.
next meeting?
No, you're good. I think right now, and I think as you mentioned, Juliet's research kind of really explored what was currently in use in K-12 K2 classrooms in Virginia, and just the wide variety of different teaching tools and teaching styles that are being used. Currently, right now, the Virginia Department of Education, when we say do our textbook review process, we are looking at alignment to standards of learning. And it sounds like, if I am fully understanding the Virginia Literacy Act correctly, that we will be providing lists of approved curriculum that would really help support and to determine how the material is taught in the classroom, whereas currently we just look at how things align to standards. So it sounds to me like if we move with some of this approved curriculum, that would really kind of lock down and support what teachers need in the classrooms to kind of bring in these evidence-based practices. I think you probably saw in Juliet's research that a lot of people are just kind of pulling things from all over that they think will be engaging to their students in the classroom. So this will be a lot more intentional and deliberate and, evidence-based to be explicit and systematic. So we should see a difference of a
Right, we can approve, and unlike Mississippi, where it appears that the Board of Ed actually appoints the county superintendents, the local ones, we don't have that kind of control. What I thought we were also doing was sort of mandating teacher familiarity with the science-based reading techniques.
Yes.
That'll take a little bit of time, right? It'll be required, but it'll take some time. And maybe Francisco, you might be the one to answer this since you've done this in Arlington. I mean, what changes do you actually see in the classroom? And, have you noticed in the K2 cohort, any improvements? I mean, by the way, I don't want the question to be taken as a negative. I believe in what we're doing here, but I think it's important to lay out expectations and to have an understanding of the logic of what we're doing and how it translates from broader state policy down into what a classroom teacher teaches her kids or his kids.
Well, we have seen a huge shift in all of our classrooms, because in our school system previously we were using Lucy Calkins as the whole language approach materials, and we've shifted to using foundations. 95% is our curriculum provided training to all of our teachers. So all of our classrooms have shifted 100% in terms of the interactions with teachers and students. And we've already seen, looking at the data, some great, in Arlington, we're using PALS, and we're also at the pilot of the 2.0, but we're also at SEQA waiver, so we're also using DIBELS. So from our DIBELS data, we are seeing some great gains from all the different students. So it's an immediate shift, but it's a long-term learning for how teachers begin to understand and unpack all the various elements. But you will see an immediate shift in all classrooms.
Okay, and what do you think the impact will be on the NAEP scores?
Well, the NAEP scores, again, I would defer to you in terms of the alignment of the new framework that they're doing, but if they are aligned in the same way that they need to be, and I'm also pleased that PALS 2.0 is being realigned in that way. If they are aligned in that way, then I believe we'll see a lot of great gains there as well. But the challenge, and frankly, many of you know that when I was in Fairfax, I was the chief academic officer there. We moved to not use PALS as the foundation, and it's the one school system that's not using it, because oftentimes the assessments aren't aligned with what we're asking, and also in many cases aren't capturing all the students' needs. And what we saw there from the data many years ago, I think it was about 6 years ago now, it's been a while. I know it was Superintendent Staples that was here at the time. We began to notice that the instruction and what's happening there was not aligned with some of the assessments. So I'm glad to see, and I was happy to see all the work that's being done to align those assessments so that we're properly able to have a formative view of what's happening for students.
And I do think that we will probably see that as soon as PALS 2.0 is implemented in 2024, since the tasks will align with those evidence-based practices, we will see how students are performing on that screener at the end of the year over time to see where they started and where they ended based on that classroom instruction. And then the interventions and supplemental instruction that occurred with the supports that we have in place between the beginning of the year and the end of the year. So I do think we would see that sooner rather than later, as soon as we have that PALS revision complete.
Okay. Do we expect to see then any pockets of resistance?
I don't know which one's on.
There are.
I just wanted to, sorry.
No, go ahead. Then I'll ask it again.
I was just following up to what Jill was sharing. We are, as Superintendent Belo mentioned, we are still unpacking the legislation here as an agency ourselves, but I believe the changes that you're asking about, you'll see changes at the state level, at the division level, and at the classroom level. So I could speak a little bit more to maybe some possible changes that you might see if you were walking into a classroom. At the division level, you would see some curricular changes, but in a classroom, you might see, whereas phonics instruction was used potentially as I see they are struggling on this, I will do some phonics on it. You'll see it more as a proactive approach to phonics of following that scope and sequence, being explicit with what we're learning, and being proactive about the phonics instruction that they're using. You would see changes in the prompts that teachers are giving when students encounter unknown words, whereas sometimes you may see a teacher prompt a student to look at the picture to get some context on what that word might be. You will see teachers prompting students to really decode that word as a follow-up to their phonics instruction. While we know context is hugely important in figuring out the meaning of words, it is not as important to read the word itself. You will see exposure to rich literature, and I believe anybody who teaches literacy or touches literacy would not argue that rich literature is a huge piece of the puzzle, but you will see rich literature being used specifically for building that listening comprehension and building that vocabulary and building that background. And all of the communities and divisions across the Commonwealth are in their own journey in this process, but those are just a few of the classroom changes that you might see.
I appreciate that a lot. And then the follow-up question was, do we expect, any resistance? One of the things that we hear in some of the MOU jurisdictions is sort of that tension between teaching freedom and uniformity of teaching, right? the comment comes over and over again. Teachers tend, or I shouldn't say tend to, there are reports that some teachers resist the uniformity that's needed to align teaching to the standards, right? And in particular, my experience has been talking to the people in the MOU jurisdictions. Do we expect any pushback here? I guess the reason I ask is, if this is also obvious, why aren't people doing it?
Well, one thing I think is important is people have not been trained in this way. And so when people come into their people are more comfortable as you begin to provide them additional training. And so we began in our journey training all of our principals, assistant principals with the letters training, so that the leaders understood the background and had the confidence in knowing exactly what the research was about. Then as you work with teachers, you begin to help them understand and provide them that training. That's when you begin to see less resistance. People aren't quote unquote resistant because at the end of the day, teachers want students to be successful. We've seen a couple of teachers who've been concerned about the shift and were very comfortable with their previous approach to how they set up their classroom. But as they've begun to see the success of their students, I've spoken with many of them individually as I visit their classrooms, like, wow, this is amazing to see. And they share with me, I wasn't really excited about this. I didn't want to do this, but I knew we were moving this direction. But seeing their students be successful. So I think it's important to note that it's a whole approach. And we heard coming from our university partners, coming from our leadership development teachers. If you just say this is the movement and you have to do it, then of course you're going to have a lot more resistance. But when you build the foundation, you build the why, you build the skills, and you build the foundation for everyone to understand, I think you're going to see less resistance then.
Yeah,
and we've seen less resistance that
I
way.
appreciate the background. It informs, frankly, the work that we will do as it comes to implementing this, how much we have to message versus, how much we have to mandate versus, it helps me understand where we're going to be as we work through this process as a board.
And I will just add that after our 8 evenings of SOL conferences, the feedback that we got from teachers, especially our K-2 teachers, was it was phenomenal. They were so encouraged and they felt like they had something that was specific to their needs and that would meet the needs of their students. So to feel included and to feel part of a process and to feel like they had something that was specific to them, as we looked at phonological awareness and what the science of reading and best practices look like. And that was just 2-3 hour evenings of K-2 specific high level instructional practices. They really felt like they had something they could latch onto and people that they could reach out to for additional support moving forward.
Great. Thank
And I
you
want
so
to add
much.
two other very important things is making sure that they have the right resources and ensure, because if you're a teacher and you're asked to do something that's very different than what you've done and you've not been trained in it, and then you don't have the resources, that I think is where there's a lot of, I wouldn't call it resistance, but a lot of concern and frustration, I would call. Number two, as I said already, but I want to double down again, the assessments. When we're not assessing in the same way and we don't have screeners that are being intentional about the same way we're asking teachers to make the shift, that is very frustrating. And so from a teacher's perspective, to be asked to do something different and not have the resources and be assessed in a different way without the professional development and training, coming in from your university preparation program, not having been taught this way, that's where there's frustration, not resistance, because at the end of the day, they want their students to be successful. But we have to be mindful of all those key components to set them up for success if we want them to help their students be successful.
Okay. Ms. Holton, I think.
President Gecker.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could add to Dr. Duran and what he is talking about there too, on the boots on the ground perspective, what you're going to see are elementary school reading classrooms that are focusing on the individuality of the students and what their current reading levels are and their intensive needs. So as you see a reading block of 90 minutes, possibly 120 minutes, incorporating all 5 aspects of literacy, you're going to see more need, especially in the economically disadvantaged areas, a need for not only more resources for the teachers, but also a little bit more staffing, because you could have this currently right now, I have a classroom with 5 reading levels in it, and that one teacher has 3 different folks that come in and help her to meet the individual needs of those students who run a gambit from a pre-A level, which is before kindergarten, up to a 3rd grade reading level. So you're going to need resources, you're going to need staffing, and you're going to need the ability of the teachers to understand that once they understand that they're individualizing the instruction to help these children achieve their best, the best reading abilities that they can achieve, it's going to catch on, and the teacher's going to want to do this more. It is going to take a lot of training. It's going to take a mindset of, okay, I've got this group of students on this level and a set of lesson plans. This group of students in the same classroom with this level with a set of lesson plans. And so you could actually have, like this one teacher could have 5 preps within one 90-minute block, because as the groups move around from a teacher-directed activity, whole group phonics, teacher-directed, individualized groups, getting individualized attention, it's a thing of beauty, and these teachers work so very hard. And in our area, we're doing this now, and I'm sure we're going to get better at it as it comes down from the department. And I'm very proud of the way the teachers are handling this and moving forward, and understanding that it's no longer about, you know, what the pacing guide says. It's about individualization and differentiating their lessons to meet the needs of all of the learners in the classroom, even exceeding the grade level and those high achievers that desperately need that attention too. So before I stop, I'd like to say, ladies, thank you very much for your comprehensive overview of everything that we're doing for literacy in the state of Virginia. You're doing a fantastic job, and everything that you're saying is echoed in all the practices that you are sending out to the regions and delivered to the districts to be in the classroom. So thank you very much. I take a lot of pride in everything that you're doing. If I could possibly do that and take that from you and be very proud of everything that you're doing. So thank you.
Yes, Ms. Holton, I was going to just say thank you. That was great, Pam, but go ahead.
Thank you. So I have actually a question for Ms. Couric. Well, I think for Ms. Couric, and then a question for Ms. Conway. But Ms. Couric, if I understand correctly, one thing we don't need to align is, I think our standards of learning and maybe the curriculum framework are already aligned. I'm not hearing you say that we need to do work to align those. And I'm seeing Superintendent Balow, I think, nodding affirmatively. Good, good. So then there is a question, do our standards of learning assessments align? I hear you saying we've got to do work to align the PALS assessment. I'm guessing the third grade, since third grade is our first SOL assessment, that maybe there's not a lot of work to align that either. But if so, we need to know that. But then I'm hearing that the major gap then is not our standards, it's not our curriculum framework, it's the uptake in the classroom. And that's a matter of curriculum, resources, and training, professional training. On those three, there's got to be, and we're hearing that there's local uptake, a good practice, right? So there's got to be either district-wide or school-wide or individual classroom examples of people who are doing it right already, because there's nothing really brand new about any of this. So I guess my question is, have we assessed who's doing it right and who's doing it not so right yet? And if we haven't, can we do that so that we can, found models, found pilots is a huge motivator. So if you can find classrooms or districts or schools that are doing it right and getting results, and then, I've done this in other reform areas. If you can tell the folk, well, when I was doing foster care reform, we had some districts that I won't name now, because when I used to name them, the rest of the state would groan because they were sick of hearing about how well so-and-so was doing. But, if you can find some models, it would be really valuable. But I'm not hearing that we've figured out who's doing what yet. So I'm not hearing that we yet know who's doing it right and who's not yet doing it right. Yeah, so that I do mean that as a question. Am I right? Do we know? And if not, how do we find out?
To answer the first part of your question about the English
Yes,
standards,
sorry.
The standards, yes, the standards do align with, the standards don't tell us how to teach. They most necessarily tell us what to teach. So they are aligned in those practices, and what we're kind of looking at is the approach to get that done. We began that process of looking at across the Commonwealth at SOL course, I believe in
Fall of 2019.
fall of 2019, to really examine those divisions and those individual schools that showed growth on their standards of learning assessments, from third grade all the way up until end of course, I believe, and had some interviews with those division leaders, their reading specialists, whoever was at the table. And I believe our assessment office can also speak more to this probably, and then combined all of that feedback and information that we got from those individual schools and hosted a webinar in collaboration with the Office of Student Assessment on what those effective practices were that came out of those divisions. And I believe as far as the early literacy piece goes, that work started with Juliet's report last year to really examine what school divisions are using out there, and we hope to continue that work. I think, as you were saying, we're just kind of on the cusp of that through this process and this legislation.
And anecdotally, Carmen and I were at an elementary school visiting where they were using these practices and seeing some real gains as our last day out and about before school shut down. That is where we spent our last day. So we were already exploring some of this, and then things got a little crazy and turned upside down, but we are certainly back on the prowl.
So we'd love to hear more as you find anecdotally and or through analysis of all the different data we have that relates from PALS on up to early literacy. You know, find those what's working and what's not working, and come back and tell us so that we can help promote it. And then, if I may ask my question to Ms. Conway, we heard from our Mississippi superintendent guest earlier that she's got 50% almost of her students coming into kindergarten having had some kind of high quality public pre-K experience. If I understood it correctly. And I know in Virginia, we're pushing public-private options, models, but what percentage, where are we on that? What's our comparable percentage? And how far do we have to go, and where are we on making progress on that?
I should ask you, Ms. Holden, as I believe I presented these slides to this group last year, but no,
I
I'm
refuse to
just
be
kidding.
quizzed.
So much information today. No, so right now, when you look at 3 and 4-year-olds, we serve about a third of the kids who are kind of would be considered at need or sort of in need or at risk across the 3 and 4-year-olds. We serve more 4-year-olds. So I think we're roughly at, if we have, it's fairly easy, about 90,000 kindergartners, 100,000 first graders. We are closer to about 40,000 kids coming in having had a 4-year-old experience. So still 4 out of 10, lower than Mississippi.
And are we on a path, or is that still subject to what's going on in the General Assembly on funding right now, to being close to where Mississippi, you know, we start out stronger than Mississippi on many things, but I'm hearing you say we're starting out behind where Mississippi currently is in terms of our early childhood, our experience of our kindergarten, our students' kindergarten readiness opportunities.
Absolutely. We've worked closely with our new administration as well as both houses, both chambers in the General Assembly. I will say that the early childhood sections of the budget right now are still being worked out, but look promising in terms of really 2 things. One is growing enrollment based on parental demand, which continues to grow as parents recognize, similar to what Dr. Duran said for teachers, as parents realize the incredible experience that preschool can offer. We have had a full rebound from some of the pandemic-related drops in enrollment. I think, secondly, our language in the budget this year calls for cost-based, like setting the rates for early childhood based on the actual cost to operate for the Virginia Preschool Initiative, for mixed delivery, and for the Child Care Subsidy Program. What that really positions this board well to do is to say, what are the health, safety, and learning, right, with a real emphasis on the learning here today, expectations that we want to see for all publicly funded programs, and how do we begin to make sure that we fund them to be successful? I think we then have a real return on investment. And actually, Delegate Coiner was chatting with me about this in the break, right? And we can go back to our legislature and said, yes, we're at 40% now, but we can show you the evidence. We know down to the classroom level, here's the curriculum used, here's the growth in the 3-year-olds, here's the growth in the 4-year-olds, here's how that translates into VKRP and subsequent PALs and SOL results. And so we hopefully will become a virtuous cycle of like, let's continue to grow it in a way that aligns with parent choice and parent demand, but that ultimately gets to a place where more children have an experience that gives them every opportunity to be successful upon coming to school.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. Okay, development of new assessment item, type for integration of reading and writing.
Good afternoon, President Gacker, members of the board, and Superintendent Balo. I guess once again, I stand between you and dinner. So I will try to do this as quickly as possible. While my topic is not very exciting sounding this afternoon, it is something that we are excited about, and I'm particularly passionate about this work. So you've heard a lot this afternoon about literacy and all of the supports that have been provided by the department in the last several years. But it's also important that our statewide assessments, even though they're used for accountability purposes, also support good instruction to the extent that we can make them do that. So what I'm going to talk with you about today is a new item type that we're developing that we are hoping will support that idea of literacy. And it is a new item type that will integrate reading and writing, and it will be part of the grade 5, grade 8, and end of course reading assessments. And the way it works is it will require students to provide a written response, a short paper, to a prompt, but that prompt will be based on a passage that the students have read. And so the idea here is really to try to integrate the idea of reading and writing. You heard the idea of the ropes in the presentations that Jill and others made. And so the idea here is to try to really support that idea of integration of reading and writing. So you also heard a lot about the literacy plan that department staff put together, the summit that we had. And the plan and that summit really focused on trying to ensure that students are exposed to grade level instruction, but also providing opportunities for them to write about what they have read. And so the idea of this new assessment would be to support that. So as it is right now, our assessments don't really support the idea of integrating reading and writing. Our current reading assessments are passage-based, where students read a passage and answer some questions. As you all know, our grades 3 through 8 reading assessments are computer adaptive, so the assessments really are customized for the students. Our end of course high school assessment is not adaptive. It is an assessment where students all get the same items. But again, all of the reading assessments just have passages and then items that are either multiple choice or technology enhanced and really address the students' reading comprehension. And then we have a separate writing assessment, which we've had in place for quite some time. Currently, we assess writing at grade 8 in high school. The writing test has had 2 components for quite some time, and they're given on separate days. In the first one, students encounter some draft text that has errors in it. And so the students then respond to multiple choice or technology enhanced items where they're correcting those errors. So it might be an error in grammar, punctuation, capitalization, or maybe they need to revise the text that is in the passage. And then the second component, they actually are writing a short paper in response to a prompt. And the prompt really provides a context for them to write, and it could be an issue or a hypothetical situation. And then their response to that prompt receives 2 scores. One is on composing and written expression, and then the second one is on usage and mechanics. So as you can see with the two separate assessments, our current system is not really supporting the idea of integrating reading and writing. And what we're finding, at least anecdotally, is that the class schedules often separate reading and writing instruction. There might be 45 minutes for reading instruction, 45 minutes for writing instruction, but we're not seeing students write about what they've read to the extent we want them to. We've also found over the last few years that we've heard quite a bit about writing instruction really focusing on those passages that have embedded errors and students correcting those rather than having students actually write. So we are concerned that our current writing assessment, the way it's configured, may actually be having some negative impact on writing instruction. And then Carmen mentioned this a little bit, but after the 2019 drop in the SOL reading scores and the concurrent drop in the NAEP scores, we did do interviews with school staff. And Ms. Holton, this is really what you were talking about. Whenever we have a situation like this, we always look for, so who is doing well despite the rest of the Commonwealth not doing so well. And so we did do extensive interviews with schools where they had either maintained their pass rates or actually increased them. And one of the things we heard repeatedly was that the integration of reading and writing instruction was really important in having students, again, write about what they were reading in class. And so really those interviews suggested what we're looking at now, that integration of reading and writing. So really what we're trying to do is come up with a new item type where students will read a nonfiction passage. We are basing that passage on either history or science content in the hopes that we can reinforce the importance of reading and writing across the curriculum, and also improving students' exposure to nonfiction content. The passage would then have 3 to 6 items that would be associated with it. These would get at more of the reading comprehension idea, but then there would be a prompt attached to it where students would be asked to respond in some way based on the passage. So the use of the history or the science content is really consistent with the 2026 NAEP framework. I think Colleen mentioned that we had provided input on that framework. And one of the things the new NAEP framework will do is it will actually report separate subscales on comprehending history and comprehending science. So we feel like we are in good company to be focusing on those particular content areas. So this will be an additional item type that will be added to the reading assessment. The benefit is it would provide an idea of the student's writing skill without this additional test that we currently have with writing. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about how this might be used in grade 5. You all are aware that currently we do not have a writing assessment in grade 5. Up until from 1998 until 2014, we did have a grade 5 writing assessment. But it is one of the assessments that was eliminated by action of the General Assembly in 2014. That legislation also required that school divisions administer some sort of a local assessment of writing at grade 5. And this new item type that we're talking about could become an option for school divisions to use as another means of a local assessment. So instead of having to do a local assessment on writing proficiency at grade 5, you all might decide that you would allow them to use the item type that would go with the grade 5 reading assessment instead as a way of meeting that requirement. So that might be a possibility for grade 5. Again, we always do desk reviews. It sounds a little scary, but after each year we do look at the local assessments that schools are using. And when we last were able to do this in 2019, we found that really having to do these local assessments and score them locally is providing a strain on school divisions. So we think that there might be some interest in using the integrated reading and writing component of the reading test instead of having to do a local assessment. And that would mean that school divisions that chose this option would no longer have to develop and monitor a balanced assessment plan like they normally do. So again, we've talked about it being a separate component. It would be in a separate test session, probably on a different day. We would continue to have a reading score as we do currently. That would be used for federal accountability. But we would also have a separate score. It might be called the literacy score that would look at the integration of reading and writing. And we would continue to use the rubric we've used for quite some time, and then provide also information on how the students scored on that rubric in the score report. Again, the student would continue to receive a regular reading score. They would have a performance level. We would continue to use that for growth, comparing that score to the fall and winter growth assessments. And we did provide you with an example of what this integrated item type might look like. This particular one is based on an article that we found in the Cyclopedia of Virginia website. And the article is about the Richmond bread riot. And it's in your hard copy report. It was too much to put on the slides. And please do notice that this example has just a passage and a prompt. It doesn't have any multiple choice or technology enhanced items that go with it. But just to give you a summary, the article is about the Richmond bread riot that occurred in 1863. At that time, there had been such an influx of people into Richmond that we'd reached a population of 100,000. It's hard to think about that being a large population, but it was in 1863, and there was not sufficient food. So the women of the city marched to the governor's mansion, demanding to see the governor. It's unclear what happened then, whether he saw them and they were dissatisfied with his response, or whether he refused to see them. But the women then marched down to Shockoe Bottom into the warehouses and the grocery stores and began to actually steal the bread to feed their families. So that's sort of a context of what the passage is about. And then this is the prompt. And it really is about, current technology allows us to immediately share information. But at the time of the bread riot, the majority of the information we have about that occurrence was from first-person accounts. So the prompt asks the student to analyze the use of first-person accounts and talk about the pros and cons. They can either use the information from the passage or they can use other experiences they have. But I think you can see from this the integration of reading and writing. Instead of just asking the student to write about a topic, we're actually asking them to respond to a prompt that's connected to something that they have read. So, timeline, we are developing these currently. Our plan is to have them reviewed by teacher committees this summer. We'd have sample questions available for our school divisions to use this fall. We would field test in next spring, and then we would be ready to implement in spring of '24. We're using CARES Act funds to do this, and so that's why the very aggressive timeline. We will provide support, collaborating with our friends in instruction. I think you heard from the presentation that we do have a really strong partnership with instruction. We're very blessed to have talented specialists, both on the instruction side and also the assessment side, who work very well together. So they have been working diligently on preparing these new items, and then, of course, we would provide support through webinars and other resources beginning in the summertime. We talked about how the new item type might be used for grade 5. grade 8, depending on how you all want to act. It's possible that you could decide that we would be getting sufficient information on writing with this new item type integrated into the reading test, and you might consider eliminating the grade 8 writing test, a standalone test at some point. And then for end of course, this new item type and the new score might allow a different way of earning verified credits. That would be a more complicated decision on your part, but it is something that could happen. This integrated reading and writing item type is something we've actually been wanting to do for a very long time, and I think it would go a long way to supporting that integration of reading and writing and to hopefully support what we want to happen in the classroom. So, Mr. Gecker, I did that very quickly, but are there any questions?
I thought you did great.
Well, I naturally speak sort of slowly, so it's difficult to go that fast.
Frankly, I appreciate the clarity of it. So, yes.
Just one maybe closing comment. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I just want to underscore that as states are thinking about ways to be innovative with their statewide assessments, Shelley is at the front leading a lot of those conversations. And Virginia, the simple truth is that Virginia is the most stable, valid, and reliable assessment in the nation. Period. And so to think about these, these small shifts, they look small, they're not small, and they make a difference in the way that we look at the data, at the way that we are able to glean information from the data. And I just thank you for your continued work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any questions? No, I guess not. Shelley, let me ask you, would you prefer to be at the beginning next time or stay at the end? Because you get more questions earlier on.
No, I think traditionally I usually close you out. And at least I had a more exciting topic today than I sometimes do.
There you go. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes, I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, the business of the afternoon. I know it's been a long day and we still have the closed session to finish up, but I'll tell you, I've been doing this, as we mentioned before, 6 years. Some of you have been involved with all this a lot longer than I have, but today was a pretty exciting day in terms of making forward progress. So I'm really happy that, we had the opportunity to learn more about the literacy work. I'm happy that this is a direction that the Commonwealth is, moving in. We have seen over the years a lot of good ideas come through, right? There are always things that people want to do to tinker with the education system. But I don't know if we have seen any that have the same potential to move the needle significantly that this one does. That is the entire approach to literacy. And I got to tell you, it makes me pretty happy to be involved with something that I think is well worth the time that we're spending on it to make a difference in outcomes. We've talked about this many times. The sole question, I tend to ask is, will it improve outcomes? And, I wouldn't say finally, because we've certainly done other things that, had a positive impact, but in terms of bang for the buck, I think this one is it for us. And, thanks to all of you for your support of this. Thanks to the staff. I know I ask questions that sometimes maybe taken negatively, but they're not meant that way. It's really an effort to understand what the downsides are so that we can plan for, how we roll out what we're about to roll out. And so I appreciate the courtesy of staff and, politely answering the questions instead of sort of storming off. So, thanks to all of you. And as I said, we learned from the Mississippi numbers that, change may be slow in terms of how it filters out through a generation of school kids. But, like I said, I believe in this course, and I hope that as the future boards stay this course and don't try to tinker with it, too soon. give it a chance to take root and do what it's supposed to do. So thanks to everybody. Dr. Duran.
I just want to thank you and thank our state superintendent for having this work session today set up this way, and the speakers you brought and the staff you brought. In my 4 years on the board, this was one of the best ones I've seen in terms of, we've always had good presentations. We've always had good information, but this one really was, I thought, not only for the board, but for the public and the community are watching, a real good deep overview of where we are, the good work we've done, what our vision is moving forward, and the exciting work ahead. And I was really energized and inspired by this work session. Again, I wanted to say this is one of the best I've been in 4 years. So thank you, State Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. President, and to the staff who are here to present this information. The deep, deep overview and the report was very, very helpful for all of us who are already in the work and those who are not in the work. It grounded everyone to where we are and where we can go and where we are going to go, I should say. So thank you.
Yeah.
You
Thank
could have
you.
said that before we adjourned.
Yeah, we're not quite adjourned yet. Anybody else have any comments? If not, we will adjourn. And 5 minutes from now, the board will come back into session to finish up the executive session we didn't finish this morning. So thanks to everybody.